The Shadow of Death. An entire year after the eruption of Krakatoa in the East Indies in 1883, sunset and sunrise in both hemispheres were very colorful. Lava dust suspended in the air and carried around the globe accounted for this phenomenon. In 1783, after the eruption of Skaptar in Iceland, the world was darkened for months. Records of this phenomenon are known in many contemporary authors. One German contemporary compared the gloomy world of the year 1783 with the Egyptian plague of darkness. The world was gloomy in the year of Caesar's death, 44 BC. After the murder of Caesar, the dictator, and during the Antonine War, there was almost a whole year's continuous gloom, wrote Pliny. Virgil described this year in these words: "The sun veiled his shining face in dusky gloom, and the godless age feared everlasting night. Germany heard the clash of arms through all the sky. The Alps rocked with unwonted terrors, and specters, pale in wondrous wise, were seen at evening twilight." On September 23rd, 44 BC, a short while after the death of Caesar, on the very day when Octavian performed the rites in honor of the deceased, a comet became visible at daytime. It was very bright and moved from north to west. It was seen for only a few days and vanished while still in the north. It appears that the gloom which enveloped the world the year after Caesar's death was caused by the dust of the comet dispersed in the atmosphere. The clash of arms heard through all the sky was probably the sound that accompanied the entrance of the gases and dust into the Earth's atmosphere. If the eruption of a single volcano can darken the atmosphere over the entire globe, a simultaneous and prolonged eruption of thousands of volcanoes would blacken the sky. And if the dust of the comet of 44 BC had a darkening effect, contact of the Earth with a great cinder-trailing comet of the 15th century before this era could likewise cause the blackening of the sky. As this comet activated all of the volcanoes and it created new ones, the cumulative action of the eruptions and of the comet's dust must have saturated the atmosphere with floating particles. Volcanoes vomit water vapor as well as cinders. The heating effect of the contact of the globe with the comet must have caused a great evaporation from the surface of the seas and rivers. Two kinds of clouds, water, vapor, and dust, were formed. The clouds obscured the sky, and drifting very low hung as fog. The veil left by the gaseous trail of hostile star and the smoke of the volcanoes caused darkness, not complete but profound, advanced darkness. This condition prevailed for decades, and only very gradually did the dust subside and the water vapors condense. A vast night reigned over all the American land, of which tradition speaks unanimously, in a sense the sun no longer existed for this ruined world, which was lightened up at intervals only by frightful conflagrations, revealing the full horror of their situation to the small number of human beings that had escaped from these calamities. Following the cataclysm caused by the waters, the author of the Codex Shimal-Papoka, in his history of the suns, shows us terrifying celestial phenomenon, twice followed by the darkness that covered the face of the earth. In one instance, for a period of 25 years, this fact is mentioned in the Codex Shimal-Papoka and in most of the traditions of Mexico. Gamarra, the Spaniard who came to the Western Hemisphere in the middle of the 16th century, shortly after the conquest, wrote, "After the destruction of the fourth sun, the world plunged into darkness. During the space of 25 years, amid this profound obscurity, 10 years before the appearance of the fifth sun, mankind was regenerated." How? In the years of this gloom, when the world was covered with clouds and shrouded in mist, the Quiche tribe migrated to Mexico, crossing a sea enveloped in somber fog. In the so-called manuscript Quiche, it is also narrated that there was little light on the surface of the earth. The faces of the sun and of the moon were covered in clouds. In the Hermitage Papyrus in Leningrad, previously mentioned, there are lamentations about a terrible catastrophe when heaven and earth turned upside down. I show thee the land upside down. It happened that which never had happened. After this catastrophe, when darkness covered the earth, the sun is veiled and shines, not in the sight of men. None can live when the sun is veiled by clouds. None knoweth that midday is there. The shadow is not discerned. Not dazzling is the sight when he, the sun, is beheld. He is in the sky like the moon. In this description, the light of the sun is compared to the light of the moon. But even in the light of the moon, objects cast a shadow. If the midday could not be discerned, the disk of the sun was not clearly visible, and only its diffused light made the day different from the night.
The gloom gradually lifted in the passing years.
As the clouds became less thick,
Little by little, the sky and the sun appeared less and less veiled. The years of darkness in Egypt are described in a number of other documents. The Papyrus Ipuwer, which contains the story of the plagues of Egypt, says that the land is without light, dark, in the Papyrus Anastasia IV. The years of misery are described, and it is said, the sun, it hath come to pass that it riseth not. It was the time of the wandering in the desert. Is there any indication that the desert was dark? Jeremiah 2:6. Neither said, where is the Lord that brought us up out of the land of Egypt, that led us through the wilderness, through a land of deserts and of pits, through a land of drought and of the shadow of death, through a land that no man passed through, and where no man dwelt. The shadow of death is related to the time of the wanderings in the desert after the exodus from Egypt. The sinister meaning of the word shadow of death corresponds with the description of the Hermitage Papyrus. None can live when the sun is veiled by clouds. At intervals, the earth was lighted by conflagrations in the desert. The phenomenon of gloom, enduring for years, impressed itself on the memory of the 12 tribes, and is mentioned in many passages of the Bible. Thou hadst covered us with the shadow of death. Psalms 44:19. The people that walked in darkness in the land of the shadow of death. Isaiah 9:2. The Israelites wandered in the wilderness in a solitary way, hungry and thirsty. Their soul fainted in them, and the Lord brought them out of darkness and the shadow of death. Psalms 107. The terrors of the shadow of death. Job 24:17. In Job 38, the Lord speaks, who shut up the sea with doors, barriers, when it brake forth. I think Velikovsky says the entire Old Testament is basically just from one end to the other. Catastrophes. It's more like history. And I also heard a rumor that it was the history of Atlantis, the destruction of Atlantis. But I don't know if that's true or not. When I made the cloud the garment thereof, and thick darkness, a swaddling hand for it, and caused the dayspring to know his place, that it might take hold of the ends of the earth, that the wicked might be shaken out of it. The low and slowly drifting clouds enshrouded the wanderers in the desert. These clouds dimly glowed at night. In their upper portion reflected the sunlight, the glow being pale during the day and red after sunset. The Israelites were able to distinguish between day and night. They were protected by the clouds from the sun during the wandering in the desert. Midrashic literature, they saw sun and moon for the first time only at the end of the wandering. The clouds that covered the desert during the wandering of the 12 tribes were called a celestial garment, or clouds of glory. He spread a cloud for a covering, and fire to give it light in the night. And the cloud of the Lord was upon them by day. For days or months the cloud tarried in one place, and the Israelites journeyed not. But when the cloud moved, the wanderers followed it and revered it, because of its celestial origin. In Arabic sources, too, we read that the Amalekites, who left Hejaz because of plagues, followed the cloud in their wandering through the desert. On their way to Palestine and Egypt, they met the Israelites, and in the battles between them, the screen of clouds played an important part. Nihonji, a chronicle of Japan from the earliest period, refers to a time when there was continuous darkness, and no difference of day and night. It describes, in the name of the Emperor Kami Yamamoto, an ancient time when the world was given over to widespread desolation. It was an age of darkness and disorder, and this gloom, Hikaho Nanahangi no Mikoto, fostered justice, and so governed this western border. In China, the annals telling of the time of the Emperor Yahoo refer to the Valley of Obscurity and to the somber residence as places of astronomical observations. The name Shadow of Death expresses the influence of the sunless gloom upon the life processes. The Chinese annals of Wang Xixing, in the chapter dealing with 10 stems, the 10 stages of the Earth's primal history, relate that at Wu, the 6th stem, darkness destroys the growth of all things. Buddhist scholars declare that with the beginning of the 6th world age, or sun, the whole world becomes filled with smoke and saturated with greasiness of the smoke. There is no distinction of day and night. The gloom is caused by a cycle-destroying great cloud of cosmic origin and dimensions. On the Samoan Islands, the Aborigines narrate, "Then arose smell. The smell became smoke, which again became clouds. The sea too arose, and in a stupendous catastrophe of nature, the land sank into the sea. The new earth, the Samoan Islands, arose out of the womb of the last earth. In the darkness that enveloped the world, the islands of Tonga, Samoa, Rotuma, Fiji, and Uvea, Wallis Island, and Futuna rose from the bottom of the ocean. Ancient rhymes of the inhabitants of Hawaii refer to a prolonged darkness. The earth is dancing. Let darkness cease. The heavens are enclosing." The Quiche tribe migrated to Mexico. The Israelites were roaming in the desert. The Amalekites migrated toward Palestine and Egypt. An uneasy movement took place in all corners of the ruined world. The migration in central Polynesia, shrouded in gloom, is narrated in the traditions of the Aborigines of this part of the world about a chief named Tureru, who lived long in utter darkness in Aviki, who migrated in a canoe named Weary of Darkness to find a land of light, and who, after many years of wandering, saw the sky clearing little by little and arrived at a region where they could see each other clearly. In the Kalevala, the Finnish epos, which dates back to an enormous antiquity, the time when the sun and moon disappeared from the sky and dreaded shadows covered it, is described in these words: "Even birds grew sick and perished. Men and maidens faint and famished, perished in the cold darkness from the absence of the sunshine, from the absence of the moonlight. But the wise men of the Northland could not know the dawn of morning. For the moon shines not in season, nor appears the sun at midday from their stations in the sky vault. An explanation that would rationalize this picture as the description of a seasonal long night in northern regions will stumble over the second part of the passage. The seasons did not return in their wonted order, and a dreaded shadow covered the earth when Ukko, the highest of the Finnish deities, relinquished the support of the heavens. Hailstones of iron rained down furiously, and then the world became shrouded in a generation-long darkness. This twilight of the gods of the Nordic races is but the shadow of death of the scriptures. The entire generation of those who left Egypt perished in the lightless desert. Vegetation died in the catastrophe. The Iranian book of Bundahis says blight was diffused over the vegetation, and it withered away immediately when the sky was shattered. The day became dark, and the earth teemed with noxious creatures. For a long time there was no green thing seen. Seeds would not germinate in a sunless world. It took many years before the earth again brought forth vegetation. This is told in the written and oral traditions of many peoples according to the American sources. The regeneration of the world and of humankind took place under the veil of the gloomy shadows, and the time is indicated as the end of the 15th year of darkness, 10 years before the end of the gloom. In the scriptural narration, it was probably the day when Aaron's dried twig budded for the first time. The eerie world, dark and groaning, was unpleasant to all of the senses save the sense of smell. The world was fragrant when the breeze blew. The clouds conveyed a sweet odor. In the papyrus Anastasia, written in the year of misery, in which it is said the months are reversed, the planet god is described as arriving with the sweet wind before him. In a similar text by the Hebrews, we read that the times and seasons were confused, and a fragrance perfumed all the world. The perfume was brought by the pillar of smoke. The fragrance was that of mirth and frankincense. Israel was surrounded by clouds, and as soon as the clouds were set into motion, the winds breathed mirth and frankincense. The Vedas contain hymns to Agni, which glows from the sky. Its fragrance became the fragrance of the earth, that fragrance of thine, which the immortals of yore gathered up. The tradition of those days, when the star conveyed its fragrance to men on the earth, is immortalized in the tradition of the Hindus. The Vedic hymn compares the fragrance of the star Agni to the scent of the lotus. End of subchapter. Ambrosia. In what way did this evil of gloom dissolve itself? When the air is overcharged with vapor, dew, rain, hail, or snowfalls, most probably the atmosphere discharged its compounds, presumably of carbon and hydrogen. In a similar way, has any testimony been preserved that during the many years of gloom carbohydrates precipitated? When the dew fell upon the camp in the night, the manna fell upon it. It was like the hoarfrost on the ground. It had the shape of coriander seed, the yellowish color of bdellium, and an oily taste like honeycomb. It was called corn of heaven, and it was ground between stones and baked in pans. The manna fell from the cloud. After the nightly cooling of the carbohydrates precipitated and fell with the morning dew. And morning dew still falls, especially in August. The grains dissolved in the heat and evaporated, but in a closed vessel the substance would be preserved for a long time. The exegetes have endeavored to explain the phenomenon of manna and were helped by the naturalists who discovered that a tamarisk in the desert of Sinai sheds its seeds during certain months of the year. But why should this seed be called corn of heaven, bread of heaven? Or why should it be said it will rain bread from heaven? It is also not easy to explain how a multitude of men and animals were such a thing possible. The desert would be preferable to tillable land that yields bread to the laborer only in the sweat of his brow. The clouds brought the heavenly bread. It is also said in the Talmud, but if the manna fell from clouds that enveloped the entire world, it must have fallen not only in the desert of wanderings, but everywhere. And not only the Israelites, but other peoples too, must have tasted it and spoken of it in their traditions. There was a world fire, says the Icelandic tradition, followed by the Thimble winter, and only one human pair remained alive in the north. This human pair lie hidden in the hole during the fire of Surt. Then came the terrible Thimble winter, at the end of the world age. Meanwhile, they feed on morning dew, and from them come the folk who people the renewed earth. Three elements are connected in the Icelandic tradition, which are the same three we met in the Israelite tradition: the world fire, the dark winter that endured many years, and the morning dew that served as food during these years of gloom. Then nothing budded. The Maori tribe of New Zealand tell of fiery winds and fierce clouds that lashed the waters into tidal waves that touched the sky and were accompanied by furious hailstorms. The ocean fled. The progeny of the storm and hail were mist and heavy dew and light dew after the catastrophe, but little of the dry land was left standing above the sea. Then clear light increased in the world, and the beings who had been hidden between sky and earth before they were parted now multiplied upon the earth. This tradition of the Maoris has substantially the same elements as the Israelite tradition. The destruction of the world was accompanied by hurricanes, hail, meteorites, and sky-high billows. The land submerged. A mist covered the earth for a long time. Heavy dew fell to the ground, together with light dew, as in the passage quoted from Numbers 11:9. The writings of Buddhism relate that when the world cycle comes to an end, with the world destroyed and the ocean dried up, there is no distinction of day and night, and heavenly ambrosia serves as food. In the hymns of Rig Veda, it is said that honey, madhu, comes from the clouds. These clouds originated from the pillar of cloud. Among the hymns of the Atharva Veda, there is one to the honey lash. From heaven, from earth, from the atmosphere, from the sea, from the fire, and from the wind, the honey lash hath verily sprung. This clothed in amrite, ambrosia, all the creatures revering acclaim in their hearts. The Egyptian Book of the Dead speaks of the divine clouds and the great dew that bring the earth into contact with the heavens. The Greeks called the heavenly bread ambrosia. It is described by the Greek poets in identical terms with manna. It had the taste of honey and a fragrance. This heavenly bread has given classical scholars many headaches. Greek authors from Homer and Hesiod down through the ages continually referred to ambrosia as the heavenly food, which in its fluid state is called nectar. But it was used also as ointment. It had the fragrance of a lily, and as food for the horses of Hera when she visited Zeus in the sky. Hera, Earth, was veiled in it when she hurried from her brother Ares, Mars, to Zeus, Jupiter. What could it be, this heavenly bread, which served also as a veil for a goddess planet, and was used as an ointment too? It was honey, said some scholars, but honey is a regular food for mortals, whereas ambrosia was given only to the generation of heroes. Then what was this substance that served as fodder on the ground for horses, as a veil for planets, bread from the sky for heroes, also turned fluid for their drink, and was oil and perfume for ointments? It was the manna that was baked into bread, had an oily taste, and also a honey taste, was found on the ground by man and beast, wrap the earth, and the heavenly bodies in a veil, was called corn of heaven, and the bread of the mighty, had a fragrant odor, and served the women in the wilderness as ointment. Manna, like ambrosia, was compared with honey and with morning dew. The belief of Aristotle and the other writers that honey falls from the atmosphere with the dew was based on the experience of those days, when the world was veiled in carbon clouds that precipitated honey frost. These clouds are described as dreaded shades in the Calavella. From these dreaded shades, says the Epos, honey dropped, and the clouds, their fragrant, sifted honey from their home within the heavens. The Maoris of the Pacific, the Jews on the border of Asia and Africa, the Hindus, the Finns, the Icelanders, all describe the honey food being dropped from the clouds. Dreary shades of the shadow of death, that also that the source of the heavenly bread falling from the clouds with the morning dew was a celestial body. The Sibyl says that the sweet heavenly bread came from the starry heavens, the planet god Ukko, or Jupiter. It is said to have been the source of the honey that dropped from the clouds. Athena covered other planet goddesses with a robe of ambrosial and provided nectar and ambrosia to the heroes. Other traditions, too, see the origin of the honey-dew in a celestial body that enveloped the earth in clouds. For this reason, ambrosia, or manna, is called heavenly bread. End of subchapter. Rivers of milk and honey. The honey frost fell in enormous quantities. The Haggadah literature says that the quantity which fell every day would have sufficed to nourish people for 2,000 years. All the peoples of the east and west could see it. A few hours after the break of day, the heat under the cloud cover liquefied the grains and volatilized them. The ground absorbed some of the liquefied mass as it absorbs dew. The grains also fell upon the earth, and the rivers became milky in appearance. The Egyptians relate that the Nile flowed for a time blended with honey. The strange appearance of the rivers of Palestine in the desert is the Israelites saw no river, caused the scouts to return from the survey of the land to call it the land that floweth with milk and honey. Numbers 13:27. The heavens rain oil, the wadis run with honey. says a text found in Ras Shamara, Ugarit in Syria. In the rabbinical literature, it is said that melting from manna formed streams that furnished drink to many deer and other animals. The Ultra Veda hymns say that honey lash came down from fire and wind. End of subchapter. That was a quick one. Jericho. The earth's crust trembled and cracked again and again as its strata settled after a major displacement. Chasms opened up, springs disappeared, and new springs appeared. When the Israelites approached the river Jordan, a slice of one bank fell, blocking the stream long enough for the tribes to cross over. The waters which came down from above stood and rose up upon a heap very far from the city, Adam, that is, beside Zaratan. And those that came down toward the sea of the plain, even the salt sea, failed and were cut off, and the people passed over right against Jericho. A similar occurrence took place on the 8th of December, 1267, when the Jordan was dammed for 16 hours, and again following the earthquake of 1927, when a slice of one bank fell into the river not far from Adam and blocked the water for over 21 hours. At Demia, Adam, the people crossed the river on its dry bed. The fall of the walls of Jericho at the blast of the trumpets is a well-known episode, but it is not well interpreted. The horns blow by the priests for 7 days played no greater natural role than Moses' rod, with which, in the legend, he opened a passage in the sea. When the people heard the sound of the trumpet, it happened that the wall fell down flat. The great sound of the trumpet was produced by the earth. The Israelite tribes, believing in magic, thought that the sound of the earth came in response to the blowing of the ram's horns for 7 days. The great walls of Jericho, they were 12 feet wide, have been excavated. They were found to have been destroyed by an earthquake. The archaeological evidences also prove that these walls collapsed at the beginning of the Hyksos period, or shortly after the close of the Middle Kingdom. The earth had not yet recovered from the previous world catastrophe and reacted with continuous tremors. When the hour of a new cosmic disaster approached, the event we described at the beginning of this book, only to go back to the cataclysm of the Exodus, the upheaval of the days of Joshua, when the earth stood still on the day of the battle at Beth Horon. End of chapter. Chapter 8, a 52-year period. The works of Fernando de Alva, HUITZILOPOCHILTL, Mexican scholar, circa 1658 to 1648, who was able to read old Mexican texts, preserve the ancient tradition according to which the multiple of 52-year periods played an important role in the recurrence of world catastrophes. He asserts also that only 52 years elapsed between two great catastrophes. As I have already pointed out, the Israelite tradition counts 40 years of wandering in the desert between the time when the Israelites left the desert and started the difficult task of the conquest and the time of the battle at Beth Horon. 12 years may well have passed. The conquest of Canaan took 14 years, and the entire duration of Joshua's leadership amounted to 28 years. Now there exists a remarkable fact. The natives of pre-Columbian Mexico expected a new catastrophe at the end of every period of 52 years, and congregated to await the event. When the night of this ceremony arrived, All the people were seized with fear and waited in anxiety for what might take place. They were afraid that it would be the end of the human race, and the darkness of the night may become permanent. The sun may not rise anymore. They watched for the appearance of the planet Venus. And when, on the feared day, no catastrophe occurred, the people of Maya rejoiced. They brought human sacrifices and offered the hearts of prisoners whose chests they opened with knives of flint. On that night, when the 52-year period ended, a new period of grace had been granted and a new Venus cycle started. The period of 52 years, regarded by the ancient Mexicans as the interval between two world catastrophes, was definitely related by them to the planet Venus, and this period of Venus was observed by both the Mayas and Aztecs. The old Mexican custom of sacrificing to the morning star survived in human sacrifices by the Skitty Pawnee of Nebraska. In years when the morning star appeared especially bright, or in years when there was a comet in the sky. What had Venus to do with the catastrophes that brought the world to the brink of destruction? Here is a question that will carry us very far indeed. Jubilee. I shall postpone only a little giving the answer to the question just posed. First, I should like to find an explanation for the institution of the Jubilee year of the Israelites. Every 7th year, according to the law, was a sabbatical year, during which the land had to be left fallow, and Jewish slaves set free. The 15th year was a Jubilee year, when the land not only had to be left fallow, but had to be returned to its original proprietors. According to the law, one could not convey his land forever. The deed of the sale was but a lease, for whatever number of years remained until the Jubilee year. The year was proclaimed by the blowing of horns on the Day of Atonement. In the Day of Atonement shall ye make the trumpet sound throughout all your land, and ye shall hallow the 15th year, and proclaim liberty throughout all the land, unto all the inhabitants thereof. It shall be a jubilee unto you, and ye shall return every man unto his possession, and ye shall return every man unto his family. Ever since exegetes have labored over the biblical statement that the Jubilee year was to be observed every 50th year. The 7th sabbatical year is the 49th year, and the space of the 7 Sabbaths of years shall be unto thee 49 years, and ye shall hallow the 50th year. To leave the land fallow for 2 consecutive years was too great a demand, and cannot be explained by the need of the soil under cultivation for rest. The festival of the Jubilee, with the return of the land to its original owners, and the release of slaves, bears the character of an atonement, and its proclamation on the Day of Atonement emphasizes this still further. Was there any special reason why fear returned every 50 years? The Jubilee of the Mayas must have had a genesis, similar to that of the Jubilee of the Israelites. The difference lies in the human character of the festival of the Jews and its inhuman character among the Mayas. But with both peoples, it was a year of atonement, repeating itself every 50th year in the one case and every 52nd year in the other. Comets do not return at exact periods because of perturbations caused by larger planets. The Mayas expected the return of a catastrophe every 52nd year, because that was the interval between 2 cataclysms that had taken place. It may be that the comet was actually seen again at such intervals. The Jews fasted and prepared themselves for the day of judgment. On the earliest possible date of its return, the Mayas had their festival when the dreaded time had passed without harm. On the Day of Atonement, the Israelites used to send a scapegoat to Azazel in the desert. It was a ceremony of propitiation of Satan. In Egypt, the goat was an animal dedicated to Seth Typhon. Azazel was a fallen star, or Lucifer. It was also called Azael, Azza, or Uzzah. According to the rabbinical legend, Uzzah was the star angel of Egypt. It was thrown into the Red Sea when the Israelites made their passage. The Arab name for the planet Venus is El Uzzah. Arabs used to bring human sacrifices to El Uzzah. Muhammad, too, in his early days, worshipped it, and even today the Arabs seek its help. On the day in which the Jubilee year was proclaimed, the Israelites dispatched a placating offer of a scapegoat to Lucifer. But what had Venus to do with the Jubilee and the atonement? The birth of Venus. The planet turns and revolves on a quiet circular orbit around a greater body, the Sun. It makes contact with another body, a comet, that travels on a stretched-out ellipse. The planet slips from its axis, runs in disorder off its orbit, wanders rather erratically, and in the end is freed from the embrace of the comet. The body on the long ellipse experiences similar disturbances, drawn off its path. It glides to some new orbit. Its long train of gaseous substances and stones is torn away by the Sun or by the planet, or runs away and revolves as a smaller comet along its own ellipse. A part of the tail is retained by the parent comet on its new orbit. Ancient Mexican records give the order of the occurrences. The Sun was attacked by Quetzalcoatl. After the disappearance of this serpent-shaped heavenly body, the Sun refused to shine, and during 4 days the world was deprived of its light. A great many people died at that time. Thereafter, the snake-like body transformed itself into the great star. The star retained the name of Quetzalcoatl. This great and brilliant star appeared for the first time in the East. Quetzalcoatl is the well-known name of the planet Venus. Thus, we read that the Sun refused to show itself, and during 4 days the world was deprived of light. Then a great star appeared. It was given the name Quetzalcoatl, the sky. To show its anger, caused to perish a great number of people who died of famine and pestilence. The sequence of seasons and the duration of days and the nights became disarranged. It was then that the people of Mexico regulated anew the reckoning of days, nights, and hours, according to the difference in time. It is a remarkable thing, moreover, that time is measured from the moment of its morning star's appearance. Teles or the morning star, appeared for the first time, following the convulsions of the earth overwhelmed by a deluge. It looked like a monstrous serpent. This serpent is adorned with feathers. That is why it is called Quetzalcoatl, Cucamatz, or Kukulkan. Just as the world is about to emerge from the chaos of the great catastrophe, it is seen to appear. The feather arrangement of Quetzalcoatl represented flames of fire. Again, the old texts speak of the change that took place at the moment of the great catastrophe of the deluge, in the condition of many constellations, principal among them being precisely Telesan-Cal-Pantocutli, or Star of Venus. The cataclysm, accompanied by a prolonged darkness, appears to have been that of the days of the Exodus, when a tempest of cinders darkened. The world disturbed in its rotation. Some of the references may allude to the subsequent catastrophe of the time of the conquest by Joshua, when the sun remained for more than a day in the sky of the old world. Since it was the same comet that on both occasions made contact with the Earth, and at each of the contacts the comet changed its own orbit. The relevant question is not on which occasion did the comet change its orbit, but first of all, which comet changed to a planet, or which planet was a comet in historical times. The transformation of the comet into a planet began on contact with the Earth in the middle of the second millennium before the present era, and was carried a step further, one Jubilee period later. After the dramatic events of the time of Exodus, the Earth was shrouded in dense clouds for decades. An observation of stars was not possible. After the second contact, Venus, the new and splendid member of the solar system family, was seen moving along its orbit. It was in the days of Joshua, a time designation meaningful to the reader of the sixth book of the Scriptures, but for the ancients it was the time of Agog. I'm pretty sure that means giants. As I explained above, he was the king by whose name the cataclysm, the deluge of Ogyges, was known, and who, according to the Greek tradition, laid foundations of Thebes in Egypt. In The City of God by Augustine, it is written, from the book of Marcus Varro, entitled Of the Race of the Roman People, I cite word for word the following instance. There occurrence a remarkable celestial portent, star Venus, called Vesperagu by Palladius, and the lovely Hesperus by Homer. There occurred so strange a prodigy that it changed its color, size, form, course, which never happened before nor since. Adrastus of Cyzicus and Dion of Naples, famous mathematicians, said that this occurred in the reign of Ogyges. The fathers of the church considered Ogyges a contemporary of Moses. Agag, mentioned in the blessing of Balaam, was the king Ogyges. The upheaval that took place in the days of Joshua and Agag, the deluge that occurred in the days of Ogyges, the metamorphosis of Venus in the days of Ogyges, the star Venus which appeared in the sky of Mexico after a protracted night, and a great catastrophe. All these are related. Augustine went on to make a curious comment on the transformation of Venus. Certainly that phenomenon disturbed the canons of the astronomers, so as to take upon them to affirm this which happened to the morning star, Venus, never happened before nor since. But we read in the divine books that even the sun itself stood still when a holy man, Joshua, the son of Nun, had begged this from God. Augustine had no inkling that Castor, as quoted by Varro, and the book of Jasher, as quoted in the book of Joshua, refer to the same occurrence. Are Hebrew sources silent on the birth of a new star in the days of Joshua? They are not. It is written on whatever it is they write it on in the Samaritan Chronicle that during the invasion of Palestine by the Israelites under Joshua, a new star was born in the east. A star arose out of the east, against which all magic is vain. Chinese chronicles record that a brilliant star appeared in the days of Yahoo. The blazing star. Plato, citing the Egyptian priest, said that the world's conflagration associated with Python was caused by a shifting of bodies in the sky which move around the earth. As we have seen reason to assume that it was the comet Venus that, after 2 contacts with the Earth, eventually became a planet. We shall do well to inquire, did Phaethon turn into the morning star? Phaethon, which means the blazing star, became the morning star. The earliest writer who refers to the transformation of Phaethon into a planet is Hesiod. This transformation is related by Hyginus in his Astronomy, where he tells how Phaethon, that caused the conflagration of the world, was struck by a thunderbolt of Jupiter, and was placed by the sun among the stars, planets. It was the general belief that Phaethon changed into the morning star. On the island of Crete, Atemneus was the name of the unlucky driver of the sun's chariot. He was worshipped as the evening star, which is the same as the morning star. The birth of the morning star, or transformation of a legendary person, Ishtar, Phaethon, Quetzalcoatl, into the morning star, was widespread motif in the folklore of the Oriental and Occidental peoples. The Tahitian tradition of the birth of the morning star is narrated on the Society Island in the Pacific. The Mangian legend says that with the birth of a new star, the earth was battered by countless fragments. The Burats, Kyrgyz, and Yucats of Siberia, and the Eskimos of North America also tell of the birth of the planet Venus. A blazing star disrupted the visible movement of the sun, caused a world conflagration, and became the morning-evening star. This may be found not only in the legends and traditions, but also in astronomical books of the ancient peoples of both hemispheres. The four-planet system. By asserting that the planet Venus was born in the first half of the second millennium, I assume also that the third millennium only 4 planets could have been seen, and that in astronomical charts of this early period the planet Venus cannot be found. In an ancient Hindu table of planets attributed to the year -3102, Venus alone among the visible planets is absent. The Brahmins of the early period did not know the 5-planet system, and only in later middle period did the Brahmins speak of 5 planets. Babylonian astronomy, too, had a 4-planet system. In ancient prayers, planets Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, Mercury are invoked. The planet Venus is missing, and one speaks of 4-planet system of the ancient astronomers of Babylonia. These 4-planet systems and the inability of the ancient Hindus and Babylonians to see Venus in the sky, even though it is more conspicuous than the other planets, are puzzling unless Venus was not among the planets. On a later date, the planet Venus receives the appellative, the great star that joins the great stars. The great stars are, of course, the 4 planets, Mercury, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn, and Venus joins them as the 5th planet. Apollonius Rhodius refers to a time when not all the orbs were yet in the heavens. One of the planets is a comet. Democritus, circa -460 to circa -370, a contemporary of Plato and one of the great scholars of antiquity, is accused by the moderns of not having understood the planetary character of Venus. Plutarch quotes him as speaking of Venus as if it were not one of the planets. But apparently the author of these treatises on geometry, optics, and astronomy, no longer extant, knew more about Venus than his critics think. From quotations which have survived in other authors, we know that Democritus built a theory of the creation and destruction of worlds which sounds a lot like modern planetesimal theory, without its shortcomings. He wrote, "The worlds are unequally distributed in space. Here there are more, there fewer, some waxing, some are in their prime, some waning, coming into being in one part of the universe, ceasing in another part. The cause of their perishing is collision with one another." He knew that the planets are at unequal distances from us, and that there are more planets than we are able to discover with our eyes. Aristotle quoted the opinion of Democritus, "Stars have been seen when comets dissolve." Among the early Greek scholars, Pythagoras, of the 6th century, is generally credited with having had access to some secret science. His pupils and their pupils, the so-called Pythagoreans, were cautious not to disclose their science to anyone who did not belong to their circle. Aristotle wrote of their interpretation of the nature of comets. Some of the Italians called Pythagoreans say that the comet is one of the planets, but it appears at great intervals of time and only rises a little above the horizon. This is the case with Mercury too. Because it only rises a little above the horizon, it often fails to be seen and consequently appears at great intervals of time. This is a confused presentation of a theory, but it is possible to trace the truth in the Pythagorean teaching, which was not understood by Aristotle. A comet is a planet which returns at long intervals. That's one way of looking at it, isn't it? Never looked at it that way. One of the planets which rises only a little above the horizon was still regarded by the Pythagoreans of the 4th century as a comet. With the knowledge obtained from other sources, it is easy to guess that by one of the planets is meant Venus. Only Mercury and Venus rise a little above the horizon. Aristotle disagreed with the Pythagorean scholars who considered one of the 5 planets to be a comet. These views involve impossibilities. You know, it's funny, Aristotle was like the ancient Einstein, the guy who was wrong and everybody has to follow. These views involve impossibilities. This is the case, first, with those who say the comet is one of the planets. More comets than one have often appeared simultaneously. As a matter of fact, no planet has been observed besides the 5. All of them are often visible above the horizon together at the same time. Further, comets are often found to appear as well when all planets are visible as when some are not. With these words, Aristotle, who did not learn the secrets of the Pythagoreans directly, tried to refute their teaching by arguing that all 5 planets are in their places when a comet appears, as if the Pythagoreans thought that all comets were one and the same planet leaving its usual path at certain times. But the Pythagoreans did not think that one planet represents all comets. According to Plutarch, they taught that each of the comets has its own orbit and period of revolution. Hence, the Pythagoreans apparently knew that the comet, which is one of the planets, is Venus. The comet Venus. During the centuries when Venus was a comet, it had a tail. The early traditions of peoples of Mexico written down in pre-Columbian days relate that Venus smoked, the star that smoked. La estrella que humeva was Citlacoloha, which the Spaniards call Venus. Now I ask, says Alexander Humboldt, What optical illusion could give Venus the appearance of a star throwing out smoke? Sahagun, the 16th century Spanish authority on Mexico, wrote that the Mexicans called a comet a star that smoked. It may thus be concluded that since the Mexicans called Venus a star that smoked, they considered it a comet. It is also said in the Vedas that the star Venus looks like fire with smoke. Apparently the star had a tail, dark in the daytime and luminous at night. In very concrete form, this luminous tail, which Venus had in earlier centuries, is mentioned in the Talmud, in the tractate Shabbat. Fire is hanging down from the planet Venus. This phenomenon was described by the Chaldeans. The planet Venus was said to have a beard. This technical expression, beard, is used in modern astronomy in the description of comets. These parallels in observations made in the valley of the Ganges, on the shores of the Euphrates, and on the coast of the Mexican Gulf prove their objectivity. The question must then be put, not in the form, what was the illusion of the ancient Toltecs and Mayas, but what was the phenomenon and what was its cause? A train large enough to be visible from Earth and giving the impression of smoke and fire hung from the planet Venus. Venus, with its glowing train, was a very brilliant body. It is therefore not strange that the Chaldeans described it as a bright torch of heaven, also as a diamond that illuminates like the sun, and compared its light with the light of the rising sun. You know, it's still luminous, even to this day, when you look at it through a telescope. At present, the light of Venus is less than 1/1,000,000th of the light of the sun, a stupendous prodigy in the sky. The Chaldeans called it. The Hebrews similarly described the planet. The brilliant light of Venus blazes from one end of the cosmos to the other end. The Chinese astronomical text from Su Chao refers to the past when Venus was visible in full daylight and, while moving across the sky, rivaled the sun in brightness. As late as the 7th century, Assur-banipal wrote that Venus, Ishtar, who is clothed with fire and bears aloft a crown of awful splendor. The Egyptians, under Sedithus, described Venus, Sekhmet, a circling star which scatters its flame in fire, a flame of fire in her tempest, possessing a tail and moving on a not yet circular orbit. Venus was more of a comet than a planet, and was called a smoking star, or a comet by the Mexicans. They also called it by the name Tizan Makui, or the Mane. The Arabs called Ishtar Venus by the name Zabaj, or one with hair, as did the Babylonians.
Sometimes there are hairs attached to the planets, wrote Pliny. An old description of Venus must have served as a basis for his assertion. But hair, or coma, is a characteristic of comets. And in fact, comet is derived from the Greek word for hair. The Peruvian name, Chasca, wavy-haired, is still the name for Venus, though at present the morning star is definitely a planet and has no tail attached to it. But that is not so. NASA discovered stringy things, reaching all the way to the tip of Earth's atmosphere. So it does still tickle Earth and possess a tail. The coma of Venus changed its form with the position of the planet. When the planet Venus approaches the Earth now, it is only partly illuminated, a portion of the disk being in shadow. It's really weird when you look at it through a telescope. It's weird. Being in shadow, it has phases like the moon. At this time, being closer to the Earth, it is most brilliant. When Venus had a coma, the horns of its crescent must have been extended by an illuminated portion of the coma. It thus had two long appendages and looked like a bull's head. Sanchoniathon says that Astarte, Venus, had a bull's head. The planet was even called Astaroth Carneum,
or Astarte of the Horns, a name given to a city in Canaan in honor of this deity. The golden calf worshipped by Aaron and the people at the foot of Sinai was the image of a star. Rabbinical authorities say that the devotion of Israel to this worship on the bull is in part explained by the circumstance that while passing through the Red Sea, they beheld the celestial throne. And most distinctly of the four creatures about the throne, they saw the ox. The likeness of a calf was placed by Jeroboam in Dan, the great temple of the northern kingdom, Tristria of the Zendavesta, the star that attacks the planets. The bright and glorious Tistria mingles his shape with light moving in the shape of a golden horned bull. The Egyptians similarly pictured the planet and worshipped it in the effigy of a bull. The cult of a bull sprang up also. In Mycenaean Greece, a golden cow head with a star on its brow was found in Mycenae on the Greek mainland. The people of a faraway Samoa, primitive tribes that depend on oral tradition as they have no art of writing, repeat to this day. The planet Venus became wild and horns grew out of her head. Examples and references could be multiplied ad libitum. The astronomical texts of the Babylonians describe the horns of the planet Venus. Sometimes one of the two horns became more prominent. Because astronomical works of antiquity have so much to say about the horns of Venus, modern scholars have asked themselves whether the Babylonians could have seen the phases of Venus, which cannot now be distinguished with the naked eye. Galileo saw them for the first time in modern history, and he used his telescope. The long horns of Venus could have been seen without the aid of a telescopic lens. The horns were illuminated portions of the coma of Venus, which stretched out toward the Earth. These horns could also have extended toward the Sun as Venus approached the solar orb. Since comets were repeatedly observed with projections in the direction of the Sun, while the tails of the comets are regularly directed away from the Sun, when Venus approached close to one of the planets, its horns grew longer. This is a phenomenon the astrologers of Babylon observed and described when Venus neared Mars. When the tails of the comets are regularly directed away from the Sun, when Venus approached close to one of the planets, its horns grew longer. This is the phenomenon the astrologers of Babylon observed and described when Venus neared Mars. That was my favorite chapter so far. That was a good one. I enjoyed that. I hope you enjoyed it too. Thanks for listening. Take care. What caused Venus and Mars to shift their orbits? When Venus became a new member of the solar system, it moved on a stretched ellipse, and for centuries imperiled the other planets. Because of its dangerous circling, Venus was diligently observed in both hemispheres, and records were kept of its movement. In the last centuries before this era, the 225-day year of Venus, and apparently also its orbit, were practically the same as in modern times. As early as the second half of the 7th century before this era, Venus, watched until then with anxiety, had already ceased to be a cause of dreadful expectation. It probably reached then the orbital stage in which it was found in the last centuries before this era, and where we still find it today. What caused the change in the orbit of Venus? I shall pose another problem besides the first. Mars did not arouse any fears in the hearts of the ancient astrologers, and its name was seldom mentioned in the second millennium.
In Assyrio-Babylonia, in inscriptions made before the 9th century, the name of Nergal is found only on rare occasions. On the astronomical ceiling of Senmut, Mars does not appear among the planets. It did not play any conspicuous part in the early mythology of the celestial gods. But in the 9th or 8th century before this era, the situation changed radically. Mars became the dreaded planet. Accordingly, Mars Nergal rose to the position of the frightful storm and war god. The question must then present itself. Why, previous to the time, did Mars signify no danger to the Earth? And what caused Mars to shift its orbit nearer to the Earth? The planets of the solar system move in nearly the same plane, and if one planet were to revolve along a stretched ellipse, it would endanger the other planets. The two problems, what caused Venus to change its orbit, and what caused Mars to change its orbit, may have a common explanation. The common cause may have been some comet which changed the orbits of Venus and Mars, but it is simpler to suppose that the two planets, one of which had a greatly elongated orbit, collided, and that no third agent was necessary to bring about that result. A conflict between Venus and Mars, if it occurred, might well have been a spectacle observable from the Earth. It is not impossible that the two planets came repeatedly into contact, each time with different results. If a contact between Venus and Mars really occurred and was observed from the Earth, it must have been commemorated in traditions or literary monuments. When was the Iliad created? A mighty strife had waxen great within the members of the sphere. Empedocles. I wonder if that's where we get the word impede from. To this day, it has not been established at what date the Iliad and the Odyssey were composed. Even ancient authors differ greatly in reckoning the time when Homer lived. It was established to be as late as 685 BC. The historian Theopompus, and as early as 1159 BC. Certain authorities quoted by Philostratus. Herodotus wrote that Homer and Hesiod created the Greek pantheon not more than 400 years before me, which would mean not prior to 884 BC or 484 BC being regarded as the year of Herodotus' birth. The question is still debated. Some authors argue that there was a long interval between the time when the epic works of Homer were composed and the time when they were put into writing. Others think that these works must have been created not long before the Greeks acquired the art of writing, about 700 BC. It is also argued that the Greeks must have known this art long before 700 BC, on the assumption that Homeric works were created much before that date. It is generally assumed that the fall of Troy antedated Homer by several generations, and also the great epic works were the creation of generations. The fall of Troy is sometimes thought to have taken place in the 12th century. On the other hand,
It has been shown that the cultural background of the Homeric epos is that of the 8th or even the 7th century. The Age of Iron was well underway, and many other details would preclude an earlier scene. It is highly probable that the Homeric works were created at that time or shortly thereafter. Whether these poems were first sung by a bard who lived centuries after the destruction of Troy depends on the time when Troy was destroyed. The tradition about Aeneas, who, saved when Troy was captured, went to Carthage, a city built in the 9th century, and from there to Italy, where he founded Rome, a city first built in the middle of the 8th century, implies that Troy was destroyed in the 8th or late 9th century. But for what purpose do I burden my present work with this question? It may seem that the two problems, how Venus changed its orbit to a circle and how Mars changed its orbit so as to come in contact with the Earth, are weighted with a third problem, from a far-removed field and in itself complicated. And even if these matters have something in common, how can a problem with 3 unknowns be solved? We shall come closer to a solution of the astronomical problem with which we are concerned, and the problem of the epics of Troy, if we recognize the cosmic scene of these epics. A simple test can be made. If Ares, the Mars of the Greeks, is not mentioned in the creations of Homer, this would support the view that the Iliad and Odyssey were created in the 10th century or earlier, or at least that the drama they describe had taken place not later than this time. But if Ares is presented as a war god in these epics, it would indicate that they were composed in the 8th century or thereafter. It was in the 8th century that Mars Nergal, an obscure deity, became a prominent god. Epic poems rich in mythology that originated in the 8th or 7th century would not be silent about Mars, Ares, who became outrageous at that time. With this yardstick at hand, the epic poems of Homer must be re-examined. The task will not be difficult. The Iliad is full of descriptions of the violent deeds of Ares, and in this epic, the story is told of the battles which the Greeks, besieging Troy, waged against the people of Priam, king of Troy. Deities took a prominent part in these battles and skirmishes. 2 of them, Athene and Ares, were by far the most active. Athene was the protectress of the Greeks. Ares was on the side of the Trojans. They were the chief antagonists throughout the epopee. At first, Athene removed Ares from the battlefield, and flashing-eyed Athene took furious Ares by the hand and spake to him, saying,
Ares, Ares, thou bane of mortals, thou blood-stained stormer of walls, shall we not now lead the Trojans and Achaeans to fight?
She led furious Ares forth from the battle, but they met together again in the field. Furious Ares was abiding on the left of the battle. Aphrodite, the goddess of the moon, wished to participate in the war also, but Zeus, presiding in heavenly Olympus, told her, Not unto thee, my child, are given works of war. Nay, follow thou after the lovely works of marriage, and all these things shall be the business of swift Ares and Athene. Athena or Athene? I'm going to find out. Thus the god of the planet Jupiter admonished the goddess of the moon to leave the combat, that it might be fought out by the god of the planet Mars and the goddess of the planet Venus. Phoebus, Apollo, the god of the sun, spoke to the god of the planet Mars. Then unto furious Ares spake Phoebus, Apollo, Ares, Ares, thou blood-stained stormer of walls, wilt thou not now enter into the battle? And baneful Ares entered amid the Trojans' ranks. He called, How long will ye still suffer your host to be slain by the Achaeans? The battlefield was darkened by Ares, and about the battle furious Ares drew a veil of night to aid the Trojans. He saw that Pallas, Athene, was departed, For she, it was that bare aid to the Danaans. Hera, the goddess of the earth, stepped upon the flaming car, and self-bidden groaned upon their hinges, the gates of heaven, which the hours had in their keeping, to whom are entrusted great heavens and Olympus. She spoke to Zeus.
Zeus, hast thou no indignation with Ares for these violent deeds, that he hath destroyed so great and so goodly a host of the Achaeans recklessly? Wilt thou in any wise be wroth with me if I smite Ares?
And Zeus replied, Nay, come now, rouse against him, Athene, who has ever been wont above others to bring sore pain upon him. So came the hour of battle. Then Pallas, Athene, grasped the lash and the reins, and against Ares first she speedily drave. Athene put on the cap of Hades, to the end that mighty Ares should not see her. Ares, the bane of mortals, was attacked by Pallas Athene, who sped the spear mightily against his nethermost belly. Then brazen Ares bellowed loud as 9,000 warriors or 10,000 cry in battle when they join in the strife of the war god. Even as a black darkness appeareth from the clouds, when after heat a blustering wind ariseth, even in such wise did brazen Ares appear, as he fared amid the clouds unto broad heaven. In heaven he appealed to Zeus, with bitter words of complaint against Athene. With thee are we all at strife, for thou art father to that mad and baneful maid, whose mind is ever set on deeds of lawlessness. For all the other gods that are in Olympus are obedient unto thee, but to her thou payest no heed, for that this pestilent maiden is thine own child. And Zeus answered, Most hateful to me art thou of all gods that hold Olympus. Forever is strife dear to thee, and wars and fightings. The first round was lost by Ares. Hera and Athene made Ares, the bane of mortals, to cease from his manslaying. In his vein the poem proceeds, its allegorical features being only too readily overlooked. In the 5th book of the Iliad, Ares is called by name more than 30 times, and throughout the poem he never disappears from the scene, whether in the sky or on the battleground. The 20th and 21st books describe the climax of the battle of the gods at the walls of Troy. Athene would utter her loud cry, and over against her spouted Ares, dread as a dark whirlwind, calling with shrill tones to the Trojans. Thus did the blessed gods urge onto two hosts to clash in battle, and amid them made grievous strife to burst forth. Then terribly thundered the Father of gods, and men from on high, and from beneath did Poseidon cause the vast earth to quake, and the steep crests of the mountains. All the roots of many fountained Ida were shaken, and all her peaks, and the city of the Trojans, and the ships of the Achaeans, and seized with fear in the world below was Aeneas, lord of the shades, lest above him the earth be cloven by Poseidon, the shaker of earth, and his abode be made plain to view for mortals and immortals. So great was the din that arose when the gods clashed in strife. In this battle of gods above and beneath, Trojans and Achaeans clashed. Together the whole universe roared and shivered. The battle was fought in gloom. Hera spread a thick mist. The river rushed with surging flood and roused all his streams tumultuously. Even the ocean was inspired with fear of the lightning of great Zeus and his dread thunder, when so it crasheth from heaven. Then rushed into battle a wondrous blazing fire. First on the plain was the fire kindled, and burned the dead, and all the plain was parched. Then to the river turned the gleaming flame. Tormented were the eels and the fish in the eddies, and in fair streams they plunged this way and that. The fair streams seethed and boiled, nor had the river any mind to flow onward, but was stayed, unable to protect Troy. Upon the gods fell strife heavy and grievous. Together then they clashed with a mighty din, and the wide earth rang, and round about great heaven pealed as with a trumpet. Zeus, the heart within him, laughed aloud in joy as he beheld the gods joining in strife. Ares began the fray, and first leapt upon Athene, brazen spear in hand, and spake a word of reviling. These passages sound like they were written by Shakespeare or Francis Bacon. Wherefore now again, thou dogfly, art thou making gods to clash with gods in strife? Rememberest thou not what time thyself in sight of all didst grasp the spear, and let drive straight at me, and didst rend my fair flesh? This second encounter between Ares and Athene was also lost by Ares. He, Ares, smote upon her tasseled aegis. Thereon blood-stained Ares smote with his long spear, but she gave ground and seized with her stout hand a stone that lie upon the plain, black and jagged and great. Therewith she smote furious Ares on the neck and loosened his limbs. Pallas Athene broke into a laugh. Fool, not even yet hast thou learned how much mightier than thou I avow me to be, and that thou matchest thy strength with mine. Aphrodite came to the wounded Ares. So Aphrodite is the moon, took him by the hand and sought to lead him away, but Athene sped in pursuit. She smote Aphrodite on the breast with her stout hand, and her heart melted. And her heart melted? Sounds like it would be the seas of the moon. These excerpts from the Iliad show that some cosmic drama was projected upon the fields of Troy. The commenters were aware that originally Ares was not merely the god of war, and that this quality is a deduced and secondary one. The Greek Ares is the Latin planet Mars. It is so stated in classic literature a multitude of times. In the so-called Homeric poems, too, it is said that Ares is a planet. The Homeric hymn to Ares reads, Most mighty Ares, chieftain of valor, revolving thy fiery circle in ether among the 7 wandering stars, planets, where thy flaming steeds ever uplift thee above the 3rd chariot. But what might it mean that the planet Mars destroys cities, or that the planet Mars is ascending in the sky in a darkened cloud, or that it engages Athene, the planet Venus, in battle? Ares must have represented some elements in nature. Guess the commentators. Ares must have been the personification of the raging storm, or the god of the sky, or the god of light, or a sun god, and so on. These explanations are futile. Ares Mars is what his name says, the planet Mars. I find in Lucian a statement which corroborates my interpretation of the cosmic drama in the Iliad. This author of the 2nd century of the present era writes in his book on astrology this most significant and most neglected commentary on the Homeric epics. All that he, Homer, hath said of Venus and Mars, and of Mars, his passion, is also manifestly composed from no other source than this science, astrology. Indeed, it is the conjecture of Venus and Mars that creates the poetry of Homer. Lucian is unaware that Athene is the goddess of the planet Venus, and yet he knows the real meaning of the cosmic plot of the Homeric epic, which shows that the sources of his instruction in astrology were cognizant of the facts of the celestial drama. My interpretation of the Homeric poem, I find, has been anticipated by still others. Who they were, it is impossible to say. However, Heraclitus, a little-known author of the 1st century, who should not be confused with the philosopher Heraclitus of Ephesus, wrote a work on Homeric allegories. In his opinion, Homer and Plato were the 2 greatest spirits of Greece, and he tried to reconcile the anthropomorphic and satiric description of gods by Homer with the idealistic and metaphysical approach of Plato. In paragraph 53 of his allegories, Heraclitus Heraclitus confutes those who think that the battles of the gods in the Iliad signify collisions of the planets. Thus I find that some of the ancient philosophers must have held the same opinion at which I arrived independently after a series of deductions. The problem of the date when the Homeric epics originated was raised here, to be solved with the help of this criterion. If the cosmic battle between the planets Venus and Mars is mentioned there, then the epics could not have originated much before the year 800 BC. If the Earth and the Moon were involved in this struggle, the time of the birth of the Iliad must be lowered to 747 BC at least, and probably to an even later date. The first earth-shaking contact with our planet had already taken place, and for this reason Ares is repeatedly called Bane of Mortals, blood-stained stormer of walls. Homer was thus, at the earliest, a contemporary of the prophets, Amos and Isaiah, or more likely he lived shortly after them. The Trojan War and the cosmic conflict were synchronous. The time of Homer was not separated from the time of the Trojan War by several centuries, possibly not even by a single one. The statement by Lucian regarding the inspiring drama of the Homeric epics, the conjunction of the planets Venus and Mars, can be refined. There was more than one fateful conjunction between Venus and Mars. At least two are described in the Iliad. In the 5th and 21st books, the conjunctions were near contacts. The mere passage of one planet in front of another could not have provided material for a cosmic drama right now. End of subchapter. Stay tuned.
Huitzilopochtli. The Greeks chose Athena, the goddess of the planet Venus, as their patron, but the people of Troy looked to Ares Mars as their protector. A similar situation existed in ancient Mexico. Quetzalcoatl, known as the planet Venus, was the patron of the Toltecs, but the Aztecs, who later came to Mexico and supplanted the Toltecs, revered Huitzilopochtli as their protector god. Sahagan says that Huitzilopochtli was a great destroyer of towns and killer of people. The epithet, blood-stained stormer of walls, is familiar to us from the Iliad, where it is regularly applied to Mars. In warfare, he, Huitzilopochtli, was like live fire, greatly feared by his enemies, writes Sahagan. In his large work on the Indians of America, H. Bancroft writes, Huitzilopochtli had, like Mars and Odin, the spear or a bow in his right hand, and in the left, sometimes a bundle of arrows, sometimes a round white shield. On these weapons depended the welfare of the state, just as was on the ensign of the Roman Mars, which had fallen from the sky, or on the palladium of the warlike Pallas Athena. By names also points out Huitzilopochtli as war god, so he is called the terrible god Quetzalcoatl, or the raging Quetzalcoatl. Bancroft proceeds, one might be led to compare the capital of the Aztecs with ancient Rome, on account of its warlike spirit, and therefore it was right to make the national god of Aztecs a war god, like the Roman Mars. But Huitzilopochtli was not like Mars. He was Mars.
The identity of their appearance, character, and action is dictated by the fact that Mars and Huitzilopochtli were one and the same planet god. The conflict between Venus and Mars was also symbolized in religious ceremonies of the ancient Mexicans. In one of these ceremonies, the priest of Quetzalcoatl shot an arrow into an effigy of Huitzilopochtli, which penetrated the god, who was then considered dead. This appears to have been a symbolic repetition of the electrical discharge that Venus ejected towards Mars. There it is. But the Aztecs would not concede the death of Mars, the bellicose destroyer of towns, the god of sword and pestilence, and carried on their wars against the Toltecs, the people who looked to the planet Venus. These wars between the Toltecs and the Aztecs must have taken place earlier than is generally supposed. They might have occurred before the present era, when there was rivalry between the peoples devoted to Venus and those devoted to Mars, and when the memory of the cosmic conflict was still vivid. Tao. What is it that we call the Tao? There is the Tao, or way of heaven, and there is the Tao, or way of man. Guangxi. The planets of the solar system were disturbed by the contacts of Venus, Mars, and the Earth. We have already referred to the annals of the bamboo books, where it is written that in the 10th year of the Emperor Kui, the 18th monarch since Yahoo, the 5 planets went out of their courses. In the night, stars fell like rain. The Earth shook. The disturbances in the family of planets were caused by collisions between Venus and Mars. The battles of 2 stars, appearing as bright as suns, and mentioned in another Chinese chronicle as having occurred in the days of the same Emperor Kui Ki. At this time, the 2 suns were seen to battle in the sky. The 5 planets were agitated by unusual movements. Mount Tashin fell down. The 2 battling stars are recognized by us as Venus and Mars. In the language of the Eratosthenes, the Alexandrian librarian of the 3rd century before this era, in the 3rd place is the star Stella of Mars. It was pursued by the star Sidus, Venus. Then Venus took hold of him and inflamed him with an ardent passion. In an astronomical chart dating from the Middle Ages, 1193, used in education of emperors and known as the Suchao astronomical chart, it is asserted on the authority of the ancients that it happened that planets went off their courses. It is said that once Venus ran far off the zodiac and attacked the Wolf Star. A change in the course of the planets is regarded as a sign of heavenly wrath, since it occurred when the emperor or his ministers sinned. In the old Chinese cosmology, Earth is represented as a body suspended in air, moving eastward, and thus was understood as one of the planets. The following passage from the Taoist text of Wen Tzi contains a description of calamities which, as we have found, belong together. When the sky, hostile to living beings, wishes to destroy them, it burns them. The sun and the moon lose their form and are eclipsed. The 5 planets leave their paths. The 4 seasons encroach one upon another. Daylight is obscured. Glowing mountains collapse. Rivers are dried up. It thunders. Then in the winter, hoarfrost falls in the summer. The atmosphere is thick, and human beings are choked. The state perishes. The aspect and the order of the sky are altered. The customs of the age are disturbed, thrown into disorder. All living beings harass one another. Honan Tis, a Taoist author of the 3rd century of this era, speaks of the sun and the earth leaving their paths. He transmits the tradition that if the 5 planets err on their routes, the state and the provinces are overcome by flood. Taoism is the dominant religion of China. The term Tao originally meant the revolution of the way of the heavens about the earth. This movement of the heavens was regarded as the cause of the phenomenon on Earth. Then Tao was located about the celestial pole, which was considered to be at the seat of power. Because all revolves about it in the course of time, Tao was viewed as the universal cosmic energy behind the visible order of nature. Yuda. In an old textbook on Hindu astronomy, Surya Siddhanta, there is a chapter of planetary conjunctions. Modern astronomy knows only one kind of conjunction between planets. When one planet, or sun, stands between Earth and another planet, differentiated only as superior and inferior conjunction and opposition. But ancient Hindu astronomy distinguished between many different conjunctions, translated as follows: Samyoga conjunction, Samaga coming together, Yoga junction, Malaka uniting, Yudi union, Yuda encounter in the meaning of conflict, fight. The first paragraph of this chapter of planetary conjunctions, the Surya Siddhanta, tells us that between planets there occur encounters in battle, Yuda, and simple conjunction, Samyoga, Samagama. The force of the planets, which manifests itself in conjunction, is called Bala. A planet can be vanquished, Jita. A Pavsya encounter, struck down, Vendhavasta. Utterly vanquished, Vijita. A powerful planet is called Balin. And the victor planet in an encounter, Jn. Venus is generally victor. To the last sentence, the translator of the Surya Siddhanta wrote, in this passage, we quit the proper domain of astronomy and trench upon that of astrology. Aside from the introductory lines in which the work is presented as a revelation of the sun, a common introduction in many astronomical works of the Hindus, it is written in very sober terms. It makes use of the square roots and geometrical figures and speaks in algebraic terms. Every sentence of the work is in scientific language, very precious indeed. This manual of the Surya contains also the correct notion of the Earth as a sphere or globe in the ether, showing that the Hindus of early times knew that the Earth is one of the planets, though they thought it to be situated in the center of the universe. Arya Bhata held the opinion that the Earth revolves on its axis, like the author of the Book of Job, who wrote that the Earth hangs upon nothing, 26:7. The Surya knew that above and beneath are only relative, and everywhere upon the globe of the Earth men think their own place to be uppermost. But since it is a globe in the ether, where should there be an upper or where an underside of it? The strange chapter of Surya Siddhanta, dealing with the conjunctions of planets and with their conflicts when in close proximity, made modern scholars think that this portion did not have the scientific value of the rest of the work, and was a product of astrological invention, or even an interpolation. We know now that this chapter has equal scientific value with other chapters of the work, and that encounters between planets actually took place a number of times in the solar system. In Hindu astronomy, a junction of the planets is called yoga, or yuga. Very revealing is the fact that the world ages are also called yogas. Planetary conjunctions, or more precisely, junctions. BUNDAHIS. Theomachi, the battle of the gods, described in the Homeric works in the Edda and Uchipolochi epos, is related in the Indian Iranian text of the BUNDAHIS. The planets ran against the sky and created confusion in the entire cosmos. In the long battle of the celestial bodies, one of them made the world entirely dark, disfigured creation, and filled it with vermin. This act of the cosmic drama was recognized by us as the first contact of the Earth with the comet Typhon, the same as Pallas Athene. Other acts of the drama followed. The planetary disturbances lasted for a long time. The celestial sphere was in revolution. The planets with many demons dashed against the celestial sphere and mixed the constellations, and the whole creation was as disfigured as thought fire disfigured every place and smoke arose over it. The planet named Gakahar, or wolf progeny, and special disturber of the moon, and a celestial body called Mivishmuspar, provided with tails or a comet, brought confusion to the sun, moon, and stars. But in the end, the sun was attached to Muspar, to its own radiance by mutual agreement, so that he may be less able to do harm. In this description of the battle of the planets, we recognize the wolf progeny and disturber of the moon, the planet Gokahar, as Mars. Muspar, with tails, apparently is Venus, called also Tistria, or the leader of the stars against the planets. As the final result of these battles, the sun made Venus into an evening morning star, or put Lucifer lower down so that it could do no harm. In the Vedas, the conflicting forces are called not gods, but merely planets. Lucifer cut down. It can be said that the planet Mars saved the terrestrial globe from a major catastrophe by colliding with Venus. Since the days of the Exodus and Joshua, Venus was dreaded by the peoples of the earth. For about 700 years, this terror hung over mankind like the sword of Damocles. Human sacrifices were made to Venus in both hemispheres in order to propitiate her. After centuries of terror, one sword of Damocles was removed from above the heads of mankind, only to be replaced by another. Mars became the dread of the peoples, and its return was feared every 15 years. Before this, Mars had absorbed the blow, even the repeated blows, of Venus, and had saved the Earth. Venus, which collided with the Earth in the 15th century before the present era, collided with Mars in the 8th century. At that time, Venus was moving at a lower elliptical velocity than when it first encountered the Earth. But Mars, being only about 1/8 the mass of Venus, was no match for her. It was therefore a notable achievement that Mars, though thrown out of the ring, nevertheless was instrumental in bringing Venus from an elliptical to a nearly circular orbit. Looked at from Earth, Venus was removed from a path that ran high to the zenith and over the zenith to its present path, in which it never retreats from the sun more than 48 degrees, thus becoming a morning or an evening star that precedes the rising sun or follows the setting sun. The awe of the world for many centuries, Venus became a tame planet. Isaiah, referring figuratively to the king of Babylon who destroyed cities and made the land into a wilderness, uttered his remarkable words about Lucifer that fell from heaven and was cut down to the ground. The commentators recognize that behind these words, applied to the king of Babylon, must have been some legend about the morning star. The metaphor regarding the king of Babylon implied that his fate and the fate of the morning star were not dissimilar. Both of them fell from on high. But what could it mean that the morning star fell from the heights, asked the commentators. Significant are the words of Isaiah about the morning star, that it weakened the nations. Before it was cut down to the ground, it weakened the nations in 2 collisions with the earth, and it weakened the nations by keeping them in constant fear for centuries. The book of Isaiah, in every chapter, provides abundant evidence that with the removal of Venus, so that it no longer crossed the orbit of the earth, danger was not eliminated, but became even more threatening.
Hebrew cosmogony. This world came into existence out of a chaos of fluid driven by a divine blast. This is the epic beginning of the book of Genesis. The earth was chaotic and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and God's wind moved upon the face of the fluid. From this
primeval matter, in a process of subsequent creations, was born the home. Already
before the birth of our earth, worlds were shaped and brought into existence, only to be destroyed in the course of time. Nor is this world inhabited by man, the first of things earthly created by God. He made several worlds before ours, but he destroyed them all. The earth underwent reshaping, 6 consecutive remoldings. Heaven and earth were changed in every catastrophe. 6 times the earth was rebuilt, without extirpation of life, but with major catastrophe. 6 ages have passed into the great beyond. This is the 7th creation, the time in which we live. According to another tradition, several heavens were created, 7 in fact. Also, 7 earths were created, the most removed being the 7th, Eres, followed by the 6th, Adama, the 5th, Arca, the 4th, Heraba, the 3rd, Yabasha, the 2nd, Tebel, and our own land called Helot. And like the others, it is separated from the foregoing by abyss, chaos, and waters. The description permits an interpretation that all the 7 earths exist simultaneously, but a deeper insight will allow us to recognize that the original idea did not admit 7 concurrent but separate firmaments and worlds in space, but only consecutive in time, and built one out of another. The 7 heavens form a unity. The 7 kinds of earth form a unity. And the heavens and the earth together also form a unity. The Hebrew cosmogony, in its true sense, is a conception of worlds built and reshaped with the purpose of bringing creation closer to perfection. The separation of one world from another by abyss and chaos evidently refers to the cataclysms that separated the ages. References: Ginsberg, Legends of the Jews, Philadelphia 1925, Volume 1, 2 and 3, and the notion of a succession of worlds created and destroyed is common to many nations of antiquity.
Vicentius
Sangamano, quoted by F. Buchanan on the religion and literature of the Burmas, Asiatic Researches 6, page 174. The universe is called by the Burmas Lagha, which signifies successive destruction and reproduction. The Burma writings do not conceive of one world, but of an infinite number, one constantly succeeding another, so that when one is destroyed, another of the same form and structure arises. Planet ages. The ages of the past between the successive catastrophes are called in many diverse sources sun ages. I have tried to show why this designation is meaningful. The ancients also maintained that the successive ages were initiated by planets: Moon, Saturn, Mercury, Jupiter, Venus, Mars. Therefore, the sun ages could also have been called the planet ages. Hesiod ascribed the Golden Age to the time when the planet Saturn was ruling, and the Silver and Iron Ages to the time of the planet Jupiter. The same concept is found in Virgil, who says that before Jove's day, i.e., in the Golden Age when Saturn reigned, no tillers subdued the land. Even to mark the field or divide it with bounds was unlawful. The idea that the Earth was under the sway of different planets at different ages is also the teaching of the Pythagoreans, the Magi, Gnostic sects, and other secret societies. In numerous astrological texts, the same concept is repeated, that 7 millennia were dominated by 7 planets, one after the other. The worshippers of the devil, the Syrian sect of the Yazidis, believed that 7,000 years had passed since the deluge. At the end of every millennium, one of the 7 planet gods descends on the earth, establishes a new order and new laws, and then retreats to his place. An identical tradition is found in the writings of Julius Africanus, the ages of ancestors, passed under the government of the planets, each in its turn. Also, according to the Ethiopian text of the first book of Enoch, the 7 world ages were each dominated by one planet. The Gnostic sect of the Mandeans taught in its holy book, Sidra Rabbah, that the history of mankind is composed of 7 epochs, that these epochs were terminated by catastrophes, and that one of the planets ruled in each epoch. The length of the ages in the Sidra Rabbah is made very long, but the concept is nevertheless common to many ancient creeds. References. Deification of the planets. The sun and the moon are 2 great luminaries, and it is easily understandable that the imagination of the peoples should be preoccupied with them and should ascribe to them mythological deeds. Yet the ancient mythologies of the Chaldeans, the Greeks, the Romans, the Hindus, the Mayans, preoccupy themselves not with the sun or the moon, but prima facie with the planets. Marduk, the great god of the Babylonians, was the planet Jupiter. So was Ammon of the Egyptians, Zeus of the Greeks, and Jupiter of the Romans. It was much superior to Shamash Helios, the sun. Why was it revered by all peoples? Why was the planet Mars chosen to be the personification of the god of war? Why did Kronos of the Greeks, Saturn of the Romans, play a part in hundreds of myths and legends? Thoth of the Egyptians, Nebo and Nergal of the Babylonians, Mithra and Mazda of the Persians, Vishnu and Shiva of the Hindus, Batsipalazzi and Quetzalcoatl of the Mexicans were a personification of planets, innumerable hymns,
were dedicated to them and adventures and exploits ascribed to them. The life of our planet has its real source in the sun, wrote E. Renan. All force is a transformation of the sun. Before religion had gone so far as to proclaim that God must be placed in the absolute and the ideal, that is to say, outside of the world, one cult only was reasonable and scientific, and that was the cult of the sun. But the sun was subordinate to the planets, even though they are not conspicuous, poor sources of light, and no sources of warmth. The night sky illuminated by stars is majestic. The geometrical figures of the constellations such as Pleiades, Orion, the Great Bear, rolling from east in the evening to west before morning, are favorite motifs in poetry, no less than the sun and the moon. But the discrepancy in the choice of motifs by the ancients becomes still more obvious. The constellations of the sky took only a minor and incidental part in the mythology of the ancient peoples. The planets were the major gods, and they rule the universe. It is not easy to understand the idea, which was the basis for the identification of the Babylonian gods with the planets, writes an author. But the same process of identification of major gods with the planets can be found in the religions of the peoples in all parts of the world. The planets were not affiliated to the gods or symbols of the gods. They were the gods. In prayers and liturgies, they were invoked as gods. The greater gods, even when addressed by the name in prayer, were regarded as astral powers. This or that planet is selected according to the text of the prayer from the multitude of the stars of heaven to receive a gift. The planetary gods are much the most powerful of all. Their positions in the sky, their reciprocal relations, have a decisive influence on all physical and moral phenomena of the world. The great majority of us moderns pay no attention to these points in the night sky, and probably not 1 in 10 or even in 100 is able to point to Jupiter or Mars in the firmament. The planets change their places, but not conspicuously. Were they indebted for their deification to this slow movement by which they differ from the fixed stars? Did Zeus, Jupiter, Marduk, Ammon become the supreme deity, the thunderer and dreadful lord of the universe, only because of his slow movement? He passes in 12 years the cycle of the zodiac, traversed by the sun in 24 hours, and by the moon even quicker. When seen with the naked eye, the planet Jupiter distinguishes itself from the fixed stars of first magnitude only by this slow change of position. Augustine, confused by the problem of the deification of the planets, wrote in the 4th century, "But possibly these stars which have been called by their names are these gods. They call a certain star Mercury, and likewise a certain other star Mars. But among those stars which are called by the name of gods is that one which they call Jupiter, and yet with them Jupiter is the world. There also is that one they call Saturn, and yet they give him no small property beside, namely all seeds. Mercury, the closest to the sun, is barely visible, being hidden in the sun's rays. But the ancients made the planet Mercury into a great god, Hermes, or Nebo. Why was it feared and worshipped? What is there generally in the planets to inspire awe, so as to influence people to build temples for them, to sing liturgies, to bring sacrifices, to narrate legends, and to dedicate to them the domain of science, of war, of agriculture? The key to this problem, which is the major problem of all classical mythology, is already in our hands. The planet Venus was deified because of its dramatic appearance and because of the havoc it brought to the world, as described in Worlds in Collision. I illuminated also the events which made Mars a feared god. Divine qualities were ascribed to the other planets because of the catastrophes they wrought in earlier ages. In the Persian holy books, it is said that on the planets depends the existence or non-existence of the world. Wherefore are they especially to be venerated? The 7 planets rule the universe, says a Nabatean inscription. The Greeks and Romans believed that everything is in fact subject to the changes brought about by the revolutions of the stars. The celestial orbs, by their combined movements, are the authors of all that was and is to come. According to ancient Hebrew traditions, there are 7 archangels, each of whom is associated with a planet. The 7 archangels were believed to play an important part in the universal order through their associations with the planets. The reason for the deification of the planets lay in the fact that the planets, only a short time ago, were not faultlessly circling celestial bodies, nor were they harmless. This is also expressed in a Mandean text. How cruel are the planets to stay there and conspire evil in their rage. The planets conspire in rage against us. References. These identifications are discussed below, Part 4, Jupiter of the Thunderbolt. That's the chapter I'm about to get into. I've been reading in the beginning. For ancient planetary worship among the Babylonians, among the Egyptians, 96, L.W. King. I'd like to get a hold of that book. Maybe not, I don't know. The City of God, 1907 by M. Dodds. This was the teaching of Anaxagoras, as reported Diogenes. The deification of the planets is advocated in the Platonic Eponymus 471. The origin of belief among the Greeks in the divinity of the heavenly bodies. Harvard, 1940. Symbolism, astronomy, mystique, Jewish magic and superstition, New York, 1939, and
Saturn was called the god of seeds, or of sowing, also the lord of field fruits. A deluge destroying much faunal life must have caused a dissemination of plants. In many places, new forms of vegetation must have sprouted from the rich soil fertilized by lava and mud. Seeds were carried from all parts of the globe, and in many instances, because of the change in climate, they were able to grow in new surroundings. The axis of the Earth was displaced, the orbit changed, the speed of rotation altered, the conditions of irrigation became different. The composition of the atmosphere was not the same. Entirely new conditions of growth prevailed. Ovid thus describes the exuberant growth of vegetation following the flood. After the old moisture remaining from the flood had grown warm from the rays of the sun, the slime of the wet marshes swelled with heat, and the fertile seeds of life nourished in that life-giving soil, as in a mother's womb, grew, and in time took on some special form. When, therefore, the earth covered with mud from the recent flood became heated up by the hot and genial rays of the sun. She brought forth innumerable forms of life, in part of ancient shapes, and in part creatures new and strange. The innumerable new forms of life in the animal and plant kingdoms following the deluge could have been solely a result of multiple mutations, although this seems a sufficient explanation of why and how Saturn came to be credited with the work of dissemination and mutation. The mention of another possibly should not be omitted. If it is true that the Earth passed through the gases exploded from Saturn, it should not be entirely excluded that germs were carried together with meteorites and gases and thus reached the Earth. The scholarly world in recent years has occupied itself with the idea that microorganisms, living cells or spores, can reach the Earth from interstellar spaces. Carried along by the pressure of light rays, the explosion of a planet is a more likely method of carrying seeds and spores through interplanetary spaces. The new forms of life could be the result of mutations, a subject I have discussed in Earth in a View, but the possibility that seeds were carried away from an exploding planet cannot be dismissed either. Saturn was credited with the introduction of agriculture in Italy. In Greece, Kronos was closely associated with the harvest of grain. Among the Egyptians, it was said that Osiris is seed. In Babylonia, during the festival marking the drowning of Tammuz, grains and plants were thrown upon the waves. The effects of nearby supernovae on the biospheres have been the object of intensive study by a geologist in recent years. In an attempt to account for abrupt changes in the history of life on this planet, C.D. Russell and W. Tucker, Supernova and the Extinction of the Dinosaurs, Nature, February 19, 1971. Sudden extinctions were followed by the appearance of new species, quite different from those preceding them in the stratigraphic record. In a relatively brief interval, whole genera were annihilated, giving way to new creatures of radically different aspect, having little in common with the forms they replaced. N.D. Newell, Revolution in the History of Life, Geological Society of America, Special Papers. Punctuated equilibria, the tempo and mode of evolution reconsidered, 1977. Thus, over the past 2 to 3 decades, many geologists and paleontologists have found themselves increasingly drawn to the view that the observed abrupt changes in the biosphere, such as that which marked the end, the Mesozoic, and is thought to have brought with it the extinction of the dinosaurs, among other animal groups, could best be explained by the exposure of then living organisms to massive doses of radiation coming from a nearby supernova. The radiation would annihilate many species, especially those whose representatives, whether because of their large size or for other reasons, were unable to shield themselves from the powerful rays. At the same time, new organisms would be created through mutations and macroevolution. See Velikovsky's comments in The Pitfalls of Radiocarbon Dating. In the catastrophe of the deluge, which I ascribe to Saturn exploding as a nova, the cosmic rays must have been very abundant to cause massive mutations among all species of life. Animals would suffer much more severely than plants. On plants, the principal effective would be mutagenic. See K.D. Terry and W.H. Tucker, Biologic Effects of Supernovae, 1968. Fred Hoyle, Does Epidemic Disease Come from Outer Space? 17th November, 1977. Uranus. The 7 planets of the ancients comprise the Sun, the Moon, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. The ancients' religions and mythology speak for their knowledge of Uranus. The dynasty of gods had Uranus followed by Saturn, and the latter by Jupiter. In the clear sky of Babylonia, the planet Uranus could have been observed by an unaided eye. But since it was known as a deposed deity, it would seem that at some later time the planet lost much of its brightness. It is quite possible that the planet Uranus is the very planet known by this name to the ancients. The age of Uranus preceded the age of Saturn. It came to an end with the removal of Uranus by Saturn. Saturn is said to have emasculated his father Uranus. Behind this story, there might have been a scene in the sky. In one theory of the origin of the solar system, a side-swiping star tears out from the sun a long filament of gaseous material. Similarly, Saturn may at one time have emasculated Uranus. Saturn was represented by the Romans with a sickle in his hands. Circumcision may have originated as an emulation of the act displayed in the sky, when it appeared that Saturn with a sickle emasculated Uranus. Never heard that before. The Egyptians, and so also the Hebrews, introduced circumcision, the removal of the foreskin being pars per toto, or instead of castration. It is not unthinkable that sometime before the age, the record of ancient civilization reaches Uranus. Together with Neptune, Saturn, and Jupiter, formed a quadruple system that was captured by the Sun, and from which the planets of the solar system had their origin. But here nothing but the imagination takes over, where tradition based on witnessing does not reach. According to Hesiod, the catastrophe described as the removal of Uranus by Saturn gave birth to Aphrodite. In Worlds in Collision, Aphrodite was identified with the moon. References. Uranus was discovered in 1781 by William Herschel. Its planetary character was not immediately apparent to him. Herschel actually announced the discovery of a comet. 2. Hesiod, Theogony. The similar story of Jupiter emasculating his father Saturn may transfer or borrowing, but may be a reflection in mythology of similar events. 3. Circumcision was a hygienic value. It could have been found out and sanctified by the astral events, having been commanded in the days of Patriarch Abraham. Genesis 17:10. It may reflect the Sanchuniathans' Phoenician history in Eusebius. Kronos was circumcised in his privities and forced his followers to do the same. 4. Velikovsky's identification of Aphrodite with the moon has been disputed by several writers, but in the 4th century AD, Crobius was able to refer to ancient authorities who affirmed that Aphrodite was the moon. Saturnalia 8. Thanks for listening. The Archangels. In the Scriptures, the destination of the army of Sennacherib
that is said to have been caused by a blast, and a few verses later it is said to have been the act of an angel of God. The Talmudic and Midrashic sources, which relate that the army of Sennacherib was destroyed by a blast and scourge accompanied by a terrible din on the night following the day when the shadow of the sun returned 10 degrees, are more specific. The scourge was inflicted by the Archangel Gabriel in the guise of a column of fire. In the present research, it has been established that was the work of Mars. Are archangels planets? An old tradition dating back to Aeonic times had it that there are 7 archangels, each of whom is associated with a planet. The 7 archangels were believed to play an important part in the universal order through their association with the planets and the constellation. There is some variation in different versions in the angels assigned to the planets. In some medieval writings, Gabriel is associated with the moon, but in 1 or 2 with Mars. The following, however, makes the identification of Gabriel possible. Gabriel is connected with the foundation of Rome. The Jewish legend says that when Solomon took the daughter of Pharaoh to wife, the Archangel Gabriel descended from heaven and inserted a reed in the sea. About this reed, more and more earth was gradually deposited, and on the day on which Jeroboam erected the golden calves, a little hut was built on the island. This was the first dwelling place of Rome. Here Gabriel is cast in the role the Romans ascribed to Mars, that of the founder of Rome. Our assumption that it was the planet Mars which caused the destruction of the army of Sennacherib in the spring of -687 is implied also by rabbinical sources. Since the Archangel Gabriel is another name for the planet Mars, the ancient Jews knew the origin of the blast and the identity of the angel of the Lord, who destroyed the Assyrian army. Gabriel is the angel appointed over fire. He is also, according to Origen, the angel of war. Thus, we again recognize in him Mars' miracle. The rabbinical tradition says that the Assyrians of the host of Sennacherib, before they died, were permitted by Gabriel to hear the song of the celestials, which can be interpreted as the sound caused by a close approach of the planet. The words of Isaiah 33:3, at the noise of the tumult, Harmon, the people fled, should, according to the Jewish tradition as related by Jerome, refer to Gabriel, Haman being another of his names. The planet Mars is red, and Medim, the red or the one who reddens, is the name for Mars in the Hebrew astronomical text. One text says the Holy One created Mars, Medim, that he should throw them, the nations, down into hell. A few rabbinical sources attribute the destruction of Sennacherib's army to the action of Archangel Michael. Some ascribe it to both archangels. Who then is the Archangel Michael? The entire story of the Exodus is connected with the Archangel Michael. In Exodus 14:19, the pillar of fire and of cloud is called Angel of God. According to the Midrash, it was the Archangel Michael who made himself a wall of fire between the Israelites and the Egyptians. Michael is said to be made of fire. The Haggadah states, Michael was appointed high priest of the celestial sanctuary at the same time that Aaron was made high priest of Israel, that is, in the time of the Exodus. Michael was also the angel who appeared to Joshua, son of Nun. The celestial struggle at the Sea of Passage depicted in the familiar image of Archangel Michael slaying the dragon. Michael produces fire by touching the earth, and it was the emanation of this archangel that was seen in the burning bush. He has his abode in heaven, and is the forerunner of Shekinah, or God's presence. But as Lucifer, Michael falls from heaven, and his hands are bound by God. All these attributes and acts of the Archangel Michael lead us to recognize which planet he represents. It is Venus. The Archangel Michael, or the planet Venus, and the Archangel Gabriel, or the planet Mars, saved the people of Israel on 2 dramatic occasions. At the Sea of Passage, when the hosts of Egypt pursued the fleeing slaves, could be seen in the distance. The children of Israel lifted up their eyes, and behold, the Egyptians marched after them, and they were sore afraid. The sea was torn apart, and the slaves walked in the bottom of the sea, and reached the other shore. Their enemies were thrown high by the released tides, which fell down when a spark passed between Venus and the earth. 800 years passed after the Exodus. The Assyrian host, which a generation earlier had removed the 10 tribes of Israel to an exile from whence they never returned, invaded Judea with the express purpose of crushing rebellious Judah and removing him from his homeland and from the scene of history. A blast from the planet Mars fell upon the camp of the Assyrians and annihilated it. Those rabbinical sources which ascribe this act to both archangels were not wrong. Venus pushed Mars toward Earth, and thus both were instrumental in the destruction. The author of the apocryphal book of the Assumption of Moses knew that Venus and Mars are each as large as the whole Earth. Because of their intervention at moments when the national existence of Israel was at stake, Michael and Gabriel were looked upon as guardian angels of the eternal people. Gabriel is the Hebrew Hercules. Actually, the classic authors made it clear that Hercules is another name for the planet Mars. In the Gospel of Luke 1:26, Gabriel is the angel of Annunciation to the Virgin. In the Roman Catholic Church, Michael is the conqueror of Satan, head of the host of heaven, and first of the saints after Mary. End of subchapter.
Amazing how the meteorites keep falling on the enemy's head and not theirs too. You know, if it's an act of nature, it would be random. It doesn't sound like it's random at all.
Planet worship in the 7th century. In the Northern Kingdom, the process of disassociating the deity from the celestial object had not been completed when the kingdom was destroyed, minus 723 or 722, and its population was led away into captivity, from which they did not return. And they, the tribes of the Northern Kingdom, left all the commandments of the Lord their God, and made them molten images, even 2 calves, and made a grove, and worshipped all the host of heaven, and served Baal. 2 Kings 17:16. Only a few years after the deliverance of Judea from the hand of Sennacherib, Manasseh, son of Hezekiah, built altars for all the host of heaven in the 2 courts of the house of the Lord. 2 Kings 21:5. For he, Manasseh, built again the high places which Hezekiah his father had broken down, and he reared up altars for Baalim, and he made groves and worshipped all the host of heaven, and served them. 2 Chronicles 33:3. It was in the time of Josiah, grandson of Manasseh, shortly before the exile of Judah to Babylon, that a pure monotheism emerged as an outcome of the progress the Jewish people had made during its long struggle for national existence, on the one hand, and for purification of its concept of God on the other. And the king, Josiah, commanded Hilkiah, the high priest, to bring forth out of the temple of the Lord all the vessels that were made for Baal and for the grove, and for all the host of heaven. And he burned them without Jerusalem in the fields of Kidron. and carried the ashes of them into Bethel. And he put down the idolatrous priests, whom the kings of Judah had ordained to burn incense in the high places in the cities of Judah. He put them down. That must mean that he whacked them. And in the places round about Jerusalem, them also that burned incense unto Baal, to the sun, and to the moon, and to the planets, and to all the hosts of heaven. 2 Kings 23, 4 and 5. The scriptures do not hide the fact that in Judea, as well as in Israel, the planetary cult was the official cult with the priest and with king, with many prophets and with the people. Thus Jeremiah, contemporary of King Josiah, says, At that time, saith the Lord, they shall bring out the bones of the kings of Judah, and of the bones of his princes, and the bones of the priests, and the bones of the prophets, and the bones of the inhabitants of Jerusalem, out of their graves, and they shall spread them before the sun and the moon, and all the hosts of heaven, whom they have loved, and whom they have served, and after whom they have walked, and whom they have sought, and whom they have worshipped. Jeremiah 8 and 2. And again he says, And the houses of Jerusalem, and the houses of the kings of Judah, shall be defiled as a place of Tophet, because of all the houses upon whose roofs they have burned incense unto all the hosts of heaven. Jeremiah 19:13. In the days of Jeremiah and King Josiah, a scroll was found in a chamber of the temple, 2 Kings 22. It is generally thought that it was the book of Deuteronomy. That's kind of a funny chapter, like Deuteronomy. I can't help it. The last book of the Pentateuch.
Pentateuch.
Of all the Pentateuch, the text of the scroll made a strong impression on the king. And lest thou lift up thine eyes unto heaven, and when thou seest the sun, and the moon, and the stars, even all the host of heaven, shouldest be driven to worship them, and serve them, which the Lord thy God hath divided unto all nations under the whole heaven. Deuteronomy 4:19. Thou shalt not make thee any graven image, or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, which is a passage of the Decalogue, Exodus 24, verbatim. If there be among you man or woman that hath wrought wickedness, and hath gone and served other gods, and worshipped them, either the sun or moon, or any of the host of heaven, which I have not commanded, then thou shalt bring forth that man or that woman, and shall stone them with stones till they die. Brutal. Gee. Thus, we see the centuries-long struggle. You knew that it had to be wrath, because they're so, murderous. Planets don't go by and leave rainbows. Thus, we see the centuries-long struggle for the Jewish God, creator and not an animated planet, itself a creation, being carried on the closing decades before the exile to Babylon, with the help of the book whose authorship was ascribed to Mars. When the people of Jerusalem were exiled to Babylon, and groups of refugees succeeded in escaping to Egypt, taking with them Jeremiah, they said to him, But we will certainly burn our incense unto the Queen of Heaven, and to pour out drink offerings unto her, as we have done, we and our fathers, our kings and our princes, in the cities of Judah, and in the streets of Jerusalem. For then had we plenty of victuals, and were well, and saw no evil. But since we left off to burn incense to the Queen of Heaven, and to pour out drink offerings unto her, we have wanted all things, and have been consumed by the sword and by famine. It is apparent from this passage that the population of Jerusalem that sought refuge in Egypt thought the national catastrophe fell upon their people, not because they had left the Lord God, but because in the days of Josiah and his sons they had ceased to worship the planetary gods of Manasseh, and especially the Queen of Heaven, the planet Venus. Of this remnant of the people that went to Egypt in the beginning of the 6th century, a military colony was established in Elephantine, in southern Egypt. Documents, papyri, of this colony were unearthed in the beginning of this century. The Jewish colony in Elephantine faithfully worshipped Yahu, and it's got Yahweh in parentheses, the Lord of the sky, because Yahu was a Chinese king, I think. Something, but it's Yahweh, yeah. They just spell it Y-A-H-U. The Lord of the sky as the theophoric names of many members of the colony testify. Scholars were puzzled, however, to find on one of the papyri the name Anat Yahu, Yahweh. They were uncertain whether it belonged to a goddess or a place or a person. Anat is the familiar name of the Canaanite goddess identified with Athena in a Cyprian inscription. The historical facts revealed in the present research make the understanding of such cult easier. The dark tradition that it was the planet Venus that played such an important role in the days when the forebears of these refugees in Egypt left that land and passed through cataclysms of fire and water, sea and desert, was responsible for this synchronism of name. The Jewish people did not obtain all of its supremacy in that one day at the mountain of lawgiving. This people did not receive the message of monotheism as a gift. It struggled for it. And step by step, from the smoke rising from the overturned valley of Sodom and Gomorrah, from the furnace of affliction of Egypt. I really like, as a ring to it, furnace of affliction. Well, from the deliverance at the Red Sea amid the sky-high tides, from the wandering in the cloud-enshrouded desert, burning with naphtha, from the eternal struggle, from the search for God and for justice between man and men, from the desperate and heroic struggle for national existence on its narrow strip of land against the overwhelming empires of Assyria and Egypt. It became a nation chosen to bring a message to the brotherhood of man and to all peoples of the world. End of chapter. What would you think of that? Pretty good, huh? Yes, I enjoyed it. I did. Thanks for watching. I hope that you got something. Seems to me pretty bona fidely sure that the planets were one time a lot closer to the Earth. I think that's the point he's making. It's in everything they wrote. Please don't forget to like, share, comment, and do donate if you can. If you get something from it and want to give something back, I do understand. Everything I have online is free. Adios, amigos. See you on down the road.
Velikovsky. Worlds in Collision.
Saturn, the ocean, and the flood. Of Saturn I intended already, for some 2 decades, to write in a volume, Saturn and the Flood, in which, as the title discloses, I would endeavor to identify this planet as the prime cause of the greatest of all catastrophes in human history, the universal flood, or deluge. This part of Worlds in Collision was conceived and drafted together with the parts dealing with Venus and Mars. But the elaboration of details was postponed, and other labors claimed my attention. I am still before work unfinished. I will, however, disclose in a few sentences what is the subject of that part of reconstruction of world history. The age that man later called the age of Kronos, Saturn, was remembered with nostalgia as the age of bliss. It was the earliest age of which man retained some, however dim, memories, but farther into the past, the dimness amounts almost to darkness. Saturn was also a more massive body than it is now, possibly of the volume of Jupiter, whereas now proportion is approximately 7 to 13. At a date that I would be hard put to task to identify, even with about then 10,000 years ago, Saturn was disturbed by Jupiter and exploded, actually became a nova. The solar system and reaches beyond it were illuminated by the exploded star, and in a matter of a week, the Earth was enveloped in waters of Saturnian origin. Told in such brevity, the story sounds fantastic. I had the choice not to mention these events here at all, or to refer to them and ask indulgence on the part of the readers for having said something unusual, and at the same time ask them to wait for a detailed narrative at some intermediate time. I selected the latter. I have already mentioned that the major planets were in some way connected with earlier cataclysms, one of which was the deluge. When in 1946 the manuscript of Worlds in Collision was first offered to the publishers, Macmillan and Company, New York, it contained the story of the deluge and of the catastrophe that terminated the Old Kingdom in Egypt. But at the suggestion of the reader for the publishing company, the book should have concentrated on one event. We compromised and presented the published volume in 2 series of catastrophes. Those that took place in the 15th century before the present era and were caused by near approaches of Venus, and those which occurred in the 8th century before this era and were caused by close approaches of Mars. The unused material was left for collaboration in the 2 volumes, Saturn and the Flood and Jupiter of the Thunderbolt. With this hardly even a summary as told on this page, I should possibly dispel any misconception as to what is the design of my manuscript too slow in the making. As to predictions, I could make several, and I offer them cognizant of the fact that a prediction in science needs to be elaborated on the reasons that led to it. I assumed in the first place the planet Saturn must contain water to the extent that it is a water planet. It is also possible that water that have enveloped the Earth following the explosion of Saturn was at least partly formed by hydrogen combining with oxygen of the terrestrial atmosphere. There are indications that I intend to discuss in my book on the deluge which point toward a sudden drop in oxygen content in the terrestrial atmosphere. But the fact that comets were observed consisting of water, ice, according to their spectral picture, permits the conclusion that water, ready-made, came from the planetary nova. Actually, in years subsequent to my concept of Worlds in Collision, water was identified as present on Saturn. Further, I assume that sodium chloride, or common salt, as an ingredient of the Saturnian atmosphere. Geophysicists have long wondered as to the origin of salt in the ocean. Sodium could have been derived from terrestrial rocks, but they are poor in chlorine. To some extent, chlorine in oceans could have come from volcanic eruptions, but it would require eruptions on an almost unimaginable scale to produce all of the chlorine locked in the salt of the oceans. The ancient traditions of deluge refer also to the water arriving from space as salty and warm. I have thought also of free chlorine, not combined into salt, on Saturn, but it is possible that vegetable life, at least, is present on Saturn, and free chlorine would interfere with vegetation. The reasons, though not compelling, for this assumption of vegetation on Saturn are also reserved for the detailed discussion. The tradition found in ancient texts refers to innumerable new forms of life in animal and plant kingdom following the flood, which could have been solely a result of multiple mutations. But there exists in ancient lore an ever-reoccurring association of seeds and new plant forms with Saturn, Osiris, Tammuz, and Kronos, all of whom I understand as personifications of the planet Saturn.
In recent years, I have chanced to read the view of Joseph Shklovsky, a Russian astrophysicist, that a nova would be a source of cosmic rays even thousands of years after the explosion. Shklovsky and his collaborators offered the suggestion that at some past time the Earth, or the entire solar system, passed through clouds of cosmic rays resulting from a nova star that caused the extinction of various forms of life on Earth, dinosaurs and others. This thought found an echo in me because the same thoughts had been put on paper by me 2 decades earlier. But their assumption that cosmic rays may be discharged by a nova thousands of years after the explosion led me to think that if such is the case, Saturn may still emit cosmic rays, if by now only of low energy. Therefore, when asked at some college gatherings what new prediction I would make, and desirous to tell something that, in case of detection, could not be ascribed to a lucky guess, I volunteered to suggest that there is a good chance that Saturn emits low-energy cosmic rays. This on the assumption that the Russians were right in saying that a nova would still be sending out such radiation after so long a period. Finally, Saturn must emit more heat than it receives from the Sun. Reasons for such conditions of Saturn are at least 2. First, the residual heat of the catastrophe in which Saturn was derailed from its orbit. Second, the radioactivity that resulted from the catastrophe must still be pronounced on Saturn. In addition, Saturn can be regarded as a star and may have some mechanisms that make our Sun burn with intense light. Because the surface clouds of Saturn are cold and the distance of Saturn from the Sun renders the heat from this source very limited, the conclusion was drawn that Saturn must be very cold, frozen to its core. We came to a different conclusion, also concerning the temperature of Saturn below the surface cloud layer. In 1966, Dr. K.I. Kellerman described in Icarus the surprising fact that Saturn, at the wavelength of 21.3 centimeters, shows a temperature of 90 degrees Fahrenheit, which cannot be explained by solar radiation. It will be found of still higher temperature. The rings are formations of less than 10 or 12,000 years old. They must consist largely of water in the form of ice. But since the ancient lore all around the world tells us that it was Jupiter who put these rings around Saturn, they may have some other components too. Since these lines were written, spectroscopic study of the Saturnian rings has revealed that they consist mainly of water in the form of ice. 1966. Sodium chloride and cosmic rays are 2 phenomena still waiting to be investigated. Therefore, I presented to Dr. H. Hess, in his capacity as chairman of the Space Board of National Academy of Science, a memorandum dated September 11, 1963. Subsequently submitted also to Dr. Homer Newell, in his capacity as director of NASA. I included these lines concerning Saturn. Saturn tests should be devised for detection of low-energy cosmic rays emanating from Saturn, especially during the weeks before and after a conjunction of Earth-Jupiter-Saturn. Chlorine should be looked for in the Saturnian spectrum of absorption. His reference here is, interestingly, for certain reasons, G. Kuiper assumed in recent years that Saturn originally was of a mass equal to that of Jupiter. Sky and Telescope, March 1959. It must have been at the very beginning of my occupation with the problems later developed in my books and in not yet published manuscripts that I came upon the question of the origin of salts in the sea and oceans. The common salt is a substantial ingredient of oceanic content, or, said differently, the water of the oceans and the seas contains a substantial solution of NaC1, or sodium chloride, even though our blood and tissues abound in sodium chloride. Man and animals are not adapted to drink salty water, and life on land could develop only thanks to the evaporation of the water from the surface of the seas and the oceans, or to distillation. The evaporating water is free from its salts, falling as rain or snow or dew. It feeds underground sources and also glaciers, and through them the brooks and the rivers and lakes is delivered to our use, usually through concrete tubes and metal pipes. Of the salts of the sea, sodium chloride is by far the most abundant. The provenance of it is, however, a riddle. It was, and still is, assumed that the salts in the ocean originated mainly through the importation from land, having been dissolved from rocks by flowing rivulets and rivers.
themselves fed by underground sources, and the same process working on the rocks of the seabed. Terrestrial formations are rich in sodium, and in eons of time, it is assumed the sodium washed out of the rocks supplied its content to the oceans. The seas evaporate, and the concentration of these salts grows, but the rocks are by far not so rich in chlorine, and hence the problem. From where did chlorine come to contribute its abundance to oceanic water? There is chlorine in source water, but usually not in significant amounts. The proportion of salts in the rivers is very different from their population in the seas. River water has many carbonates, 80% of the salts, fewer sulfates, 13%, and still fewer chlorides, 7%. Seawater has many chlorides, 89%, fewer sulfides, 10%, and only a few carbonates, 0.2%. The comparison of these figures makes it clear that rivers cannot be made responsible for most of the salts of the seas. Therefore, it is also obvious that there is no proper way of calculating the age of the Earth. By comparing the amount of salts in the seas with the annual discharge by the rivers, the most that can be done in this respect is to calculate the rich amount of carbonates in the rivers and in relation to the relatively poor concentration to these salts in the seas. But then there will be no explanation for the rich amount of chlorides in the seas in comparison with their poor concentration in the rivers. Part of the salts could be traced to the washing of lands in the floor of the seas. Chlorine is also known to be discharged by volcanoes, but to account for the chlorine locked in the seas, volcanic eruptions, whether on land or under the surface of the seas, needed to have taken place on an unimaginable scale. Actually, it was figured out on an impossible scale. Thus, it was acknowledged that the provenance of chlorine salts in the seas is a problem unsolved. Paleontological research makes it rather apparent that marine animals in some early age were more closely related to freshwater fauna. In other words, the salinity of the oceans increased markedly at some age in the past. The most obvious and permanent effect of a deluge of extraterrestrial origin on the Earth would be the increase in its water volume and of the place occupied by the seas. Presently, 4/5 of the Earth are covered with water. A stupendous addition of water to the Earth should have decreased, not increased, its salinity, if the water came down in a pure state. But if the Earth was showered by torrents of hydrogen and water, some other ingredients of the Saturnian atmosphere could also have swept across the Earth's orbit. In the Buddhist book on the world cycles, the Visuddhimagga, where the catastrophes that terminated the world ages are described, it is said, "But when a world cycle perishes by water, there arises a cycle-destroying great cloud of salt water. At first it rains with a very fine rain, which gradually increases to great torrents, which fill 100,000 times 10 million worlds. And then the mountain peaks of the earth become flooded with saltish water and hidden from view, and the water is buoyed up on all sides by the wind and rises upward from the earth until it engulfs the heavens." Volcanoes, which were active during the cataclysm of the deluge and during other cosmic upheavals, vomited sulfur, chlorine, and carbonates, and contributed to the composition of the salts of the oceans. Carbonates fell on Earth in large quantities. In some of the upheavals, certainly in one which took place in the middle of the second millennium before the present era, at the very end of the Middle Kingdom in Egypt, an upheaval described in detail in Worlds in Collision. But a major portion of the chlorine in which the oceans are so rich must have come from an extraterrestrial source. My explanation for the origin of a large portion of the salts of the seas suggests that Saturn is rich not only in water, but also in chlorine, either in the form of sodium chloride or in some other combination, or even atomic-free. The last solution of atomic-free chlorine appeared chemically and biologically somewhat difficult to contemplate, because chlorine is a very active element, seeking ties with other elements. Biologically, because it would be damaging to any plant life. Yet, there are other indications which point to the possibility of plant life on Saturn. As references, Velikovsky, the knowledge that the water of the oceans came from the most part from Saturn, and that the waters were salty, was combined by the Greeks into a metaphor which has the sea being the tear of Kronos. This tradition originated with the Pythagorean school and may derive ultimately from Egypt. Plutarch. According to what the Pythagoreans say, the sea is the tear of Kronos. Clement of Alexandria. This the Pythagoreans believe, comparing the sea to a tear of Kronos. The same is found in a fragment of Aristotle in the edition of V. Rose, 1886, Life of Pythagoras. Star of the Sun. Saturn is not a conspicuous planet in the sky. Were it not for its sluggish movement, an unaided eye would hardly distinguish it from the surrounding stars. In many ancient sources, Saturn is called Sun. The usual name for Saturn in Chaldean astronomy, Alab-Shamas or Alap-Shamas, meaning star of the sun. Diodorus of Sicily reported that the Chaldeans called Kronos Saturn by the name Helios, or the sun, and he explained that this was because Saturn was the most conspicuous of the planets. Hyginus also wrote that Saturn was called Sol. 3. In the Babylonian astronomical text, the word Shamash, sun, was used to designate Saturn. We learn from the notes written by the astrologers that the word sun, we must understand the star of the sun, i.e. Saturn. Ninib was the Babylonian name for Saturn. Ninib, in various places, is said to shine like the sun. He was known as Utgalu, the great son of storms. The Greeks used to call Saturn Phanon, the shining one. If Saturn was always as inconspicuous as it is at present, what could have caused the races of antiquity, as if by common consent, to give to Saturn the appellative Sun, or the Shining One? The astrologers certainly must have found it increasingly contrary to reason to associate the star that gives us light and life with one of the palest and slowest of the planets. The folk etymology of the Hebrews explained the name Kema as meaning about 100 Kemia stars. Kemia stars.
Bhagavad Gita.
The Bhagavad Gita contains the following description of a deity. If the radiance of 1,000 suns were to burst at once into the sky, that would be like the splendor of the Mighty One, the Shatterer of worlds. All that we have considered up to now indicates that Saturn once exploded in a nova-like burst of light. The date of this event I would be hard put to specify, even approximately, but possibly it took place 10,000 years ago. The solar system and reaches beyond it were illuminated. Everything he puts down is referenced, while by all mainstream scientists up so much.
Anaxagoras. Science started in the shadow of prison bars. Anaxagoras, who was born on the western shore of Asia Minor about the year 500 before the present era, taught the moon has light which is not its own, but comes from the sun. From this it followed the sun is eclipsed at the new moon through the interposition of the moon. He was the first to set out distinctly the facts about the eclipses and illuminations, wrote Hippolytus, the father of the Church, in his refutation of all heresies. In the 1st century of the present era, Plutarch gave this account. Anaxagoras was the first to put in writing, most clearly and most courageously of all men, the explanation of the moon's illumination and darkness. His account was not common property, but was still a secret, current among only a few, for in those days they refused to tolerate the physicists and stargazers, as they were called, who presumed to fritter away the deity into unreasoning causes, blind forces, and necessary properties. Thus, Protagoras was exiled, and Anaxagoras was imprisoned and with difficulty saved by Pericles. Anaxagoras was accused of impiety and sentenced for holding that the sun is a red-hot stone and the moon is of earthly nature. This was in disagreement with the view that these luminaries were deities. He taught the sun, the moon, and all the stars are stones of fire, which are carried round by the revolution of the ether. Anaxagoras was put in prison and was marked for death, but Pericles barely succeeded to release him from the death house and set him free. According to another account, he was fined the heavy fine of 5 talents of silver and banished. Possibly the fine and expatriation were imposed upon him in lieu of capital punishment by Pericles' endeavor. According to Theophrastus, Anaxagoras held that the moon was sometimes eclipsed by the interposition of other bodies besides the earth, traveling below the moon. Modern science does not know of such occultations of the moon, and therefore denies such an explanation. Only large swarms of meteorites or comets, if interspersed between the earth and moon, could cause the phenomenon. Anaxagoras taught also that the terrestrial axis changed its direction in the past, but if to give credence to Hippolytus, he taught that the earth is flat in form. However, he believed that there are many earths like ours, according to a fragment of his. Men were formed, and other animals which have life. The men, too, have inhabited cities and cultivated fields as we do. They have also a sun and a moon, and the rest of the stars, as we have, and their earth produces for them many things of various kinds. In this, there was already an initial departure from the belief in the uniqueness of the earth and its central position in the universe. Hippolytus.
Refutatio omnium haeresiam I8.
Plutarch.
De Placitas Philosophorum. Anaxagoras.
Diogenes Laertius. Lives of the Philosophers.
ILLIAD 2:13.
Theophrastus. Diogenes Laertius 2:9. Hippolytus.
Refutatio omnium haeresiam.
Fragment 4.
H.
DLZ Die Fragmente der Vorsokratiker Berlin 1952 259.
Aristarchus. First of the Greek philosophers and mathematicians to unravel the celestial plan and announce the discovery was Aristarchus of the Isle of Samos. Others before him assumed that the earth is a sphere and that it moves, but he was the first to formulate plainly the heliocentric theory, the scheme which has the sun in the center. Aristarchus lived from about the year 310 before the present era to about 230, and among the geometers he succeeded Euclid and preceded Archimedes. In 288 or 287 BC, he followed Theophrastus as the head of the peripatetic school established by Aristotle. Aristarchus' only extant treatise is on the sizes and distances of the sun and moon, and he calculated the diameter of the sun is about 7 times the diameter of Earth, thus estimating the sun's volume as about 300 times the volume of the Earth. The actual diameter of the sun is about 300 times the diameter of the Earth. The solar volume is equal to 1,300,000 volumes of the Earth.
In this work of Aristarchus there is nothing indicating his heliocentric theory. It was probably this, his realization of the superior mass of the sun, that brought him to his discovery. Or should a celestial body 300 times larger than the Earth revolve around it each day? Aristarchus' book on the planetary system, with the sun in the center, did not survive, and we know of it only through references to its content, chiefly by Archimedes. Archimedes, who was 25 years his junior, wrote, Aristarchus brought out a book consisting of certain hypotheses. His hypotheses are that the fixed stars and the sun remain unmoved, and that the Earth revolves around the sun in the circumference of a circle, the sun lying in the middle of the orbit. He also added that according to Aristarchus, who is in contradiction to the common account of astronomers, the universe is many times larger than generally assumed by the astronomers, and the fixed stars are at an enormous distance from the sun and its planets. Aristarchus regarded the sun as one of the fixed stars, the closest to the Earth. Aristarchus sets the sun among the fixed stars, and holds that the Earth moves around the sun's circle, i.e. ecliptic, referred another author centuries later. As Archimedes said, the view of Archimedes conflicted with the common teaching of the astronomers, and he also quoted it only to put it aside disapprovingly. One of the contemporaries of Aristarchus, Cleanthes, wrote a treatise against Aristarchus. Whatever his scientific argument may have been, he accused Aristarchus of the act of impiety. Plutarch, in his book of the face and the disk of the moon, that Cleanthes thought it was the duty of the Greeks to indict Aristarchus of Samos on the charge of impiety for putting in motion the hearth of the universe, this being the effect of his attempt to save the phenomenon by supposing heaven to remain at rest and the earth to revolve in an oblique circle while it rotates at the same time about its own axis. We do not know whether there was any actual court action and verdict. However, we know that a verdict of judges, even if unanimous, could not make the sun a satellite of the earth. Not even a scientific tribunal can do this, not even if it's presided over by Archimedes and the most illustrious men of the generation sit as judges. The spokesman of the scholarly world was Velikovsky, who announced that we must assert the earth, the hearth of the house of the gods, according to Plato, to remain fixed and the planets with the whole embraced in heaven, to move and reject the view of those who brought to rest the things which move, and set in motion the things by which their nature and position are unmoved. Such a supposition being contrary to the theories of mathematicians. Aristarchus had no followers in his generation, nor in the next generation. About a century after Aristarchus, Seleucus, a Chaldean of Seleucia on the Tigris, who lived and wrote about the year 150 before the present era, adopted the teaching of Aristarchus. Hipparchus was a contemporary of Seleucus. Hipparchus is thought to be the greatest astronomer of antiquity, and even today there are worshippers of his among the members of the faculty. But he rejected the heliocentric system of Aristarchus, and this he did not on a religious ground, but on a scientific one. A system with the sun in the center, circular orbits, could not account for the peculiarities in the visible motions of the planets. But the theory of epicycles could, and this theory had the earth immobile in the center of the universe. Thus the religious dogma and the mathematical analysis both condemned Aristarchus and his teaching that the earth circles around the sun. Plato. In 399 BC, Socrates was made to drink poison to expiate his crimes by the verdict of an Athenian court. Following his death, Plato, his disciple, then about 28 years old, left Athens for a short sojourn at Megara, followed by a longer stay in Italy and Sicily, Syrus. He also traveled to the Middle East. Only very little is known of this travel. When a boy of about 10, Plato heard the story of Atlantis from his friend and playmate
Critias the Younger, what the latter was told by his grandfather, Critias the Older, who in his turn had heard it from his friend Solon, who came to Sais in Egypt to learn wisdom and hear the ancient lore. From a very old priest he learned that in the past there had occurred several global catastrophes. In one of them, Atlantis was swallowed by the waters of the Atlantic Ocean. In another, the one which the Greeks associated with Phaethon, there was great conflagration caused by a deviation of the bodies that revolve in heaven around the earth. On his travels, Plato too endeavored to learn wisdom from the wise men of the East. But since the time of Solon's visit in Egypt, that country went through a spiritual debasement, and it is questionable whether anyone of the priestly class there could be counted as a spiritual peer of Ezra or a worthy teacher of Plato in search of wisdom. Later Greek philosophers regarded Plato as influenced by Mosaic teaching. Plato derived his idea of God from the Pentateuch. Plato is Moses, translated into the language of the Athenians, wrote Numenius, and was quoted by Eusebius. If one considers Plato's monotheism, his concept of an invisible and supreme spiritual being, so different from the prevalent polytheism of other Greek philosophers, and so remote from the pantheon of Homer and its scandalous Olympians, with their permanent strife and marital and extramarital affairs with mortal women, one is inclined to think that Plato, at the time of his travel to Egypt, 30 years old, happened to sit at the feet of Ezra. A late Greek tradition has it that Aristotle, on his travel to the lands of the eastern Mediterranean, met a very wise Jew from whom he learned much wisdom. However, it is not known whether Aristotle ever went to Palestine and Egypt. Besides, in Aristotle, a pupil of Plato, one feels a return to polytheistic astral religion. Could it be that the indebtedness of the Greek thought in the days of Plato to the Semitic idea of one and single invisible creator stemmed from Ezra, and knowledgeable man approximating Ezra's stature in the next few generations? All this belongs to the realm of the possible but unproven, and the probable presence of Ezra in Jerusalem after 398 BC, in the days of Artaxerxes II, is of interest for this intriguing problem. The Earth without the Moon. The period when the Earth was moonless is probably the most remote recollection of mankind. Democritus, ANAXAGARAS, taught that there was a time when the earth was without the moon. Aristotle wrote that Arcadia in Greece, before being inhabited by the Hellenes, had a population of Pelasgians, and that these aborigines occupied the land already before there was a moon in the sky above the earth. For this reason, they were called Proselines. Apollonius of Rhodes mentioned the time when not all orbs were yet in the heavens, before the Danai and Deucalion races came into existence, and only the Arcadians lived, of whom it is said that they dwelt on the mountains and fed on acorns before there was a moon. Plutarch wrote, in Roman Questions, there were Arcadians of Evander's following, the so-called pre-lunar people. Similarly, wrote Ovid, the Arcadians are said to have possessed their land before the birth of Jove, and the folk is older than the moon. Hippolytus refers to a legend that Arcadia brought forth Peliscus, of greater antiquity than the moon. Lucian, in his Astrology, says that the Arcadians affirm in their folly that they are older than the moon, since Uranus also alludes to the time in the past when there was no moon in the sky. Some allusions to the time before there was a moon may be found also in the scriptures. In Job 25:5, the grandeur of the Lord who makes peace in the heights is praised, and the time is mentioned before there was a moon. And it did not shine. Also in Psalm 72:5 it is said, Thou wasn't feared since the time of the sun and before the time of the moon, a generation of generations. A generation of generations means a very long time. Of course, it is of no use to counter this psalm with the myth of the first chapter of Genesis, a tale brought down from exotic and later sources. The memory of a world without a moon lives in oral tradition among the Indians. The Indians of Bogota, highlands, in the eastern Cordilleras of Colombia relate some of their tribal reminiscences to the time before there was a moon. In the earliest times, when the moon was not yet in the heavens, say the tribesmen of the Chibchas, there are currently 3 theories of the origin of the moon. 1. The moon originated at the same time as the Earth, being formed substantially from the same material, aggregated and solidifying. 2. Was formed not in the vicinity of the Earth, but in a different part of the solar system, and was later captured by the Earth. 3. The moon was originally a portion of the terrestrial crust and was torn out, leaving behind the bed of the Pacific. All 3 theories claim the presence of the moon on an orbit around the Earth for billions of years. Mythology may supply each of these views with some support. Genesis 1, for the first view. The birth of Aphrodite from the sea, for the third view. Aphrodite's origin in the disruption of Uranus, and also the violence of sin, the Babylonian moon, seems to support the second view. Since mankind on both sides of the Atlantic preserved the memory of a time when the Earth was without a moon, the first hypothesis, namely of the moon originating simultaneously with the Earth and in its vicinity, is to be excluded, leaving the other 2 hypotheses to compete between themselves. We have seen that the traditions of diverse peoples offer corroborative testimony to the effect that in a very early age, but still in the memory of mankind, no moon accompanied the Earth. Since human beings already peopled the Earth, it is improbable that the moon sprang from it. There must have existed a solid lithosphere, not a liquid Earth. Thus, while I do not claim to know the origin of the moon, I find it more probable that the moon was captured by the Earth. Such an event would have occurred as a catastrophe. If the moon's formation took place away from the Earth, its composition may be quite different. There is no evidence to suggest whether the moon was a planet, a satellite of another planet, or a comet at the time of its capture by the Earth. Whatever atmosphere it may have had was pulled away by the Earth, by other contacting bodies, or dissipated in some other way. Since the time the moon began to accompany the Earth, it underwent the influence of contacts with comets and planets that passed near the Earth in subsequent ages. The mass of the moon being less than that of the Earth, the moon must have suffered greater disturbances in cosmic contacts. During these contacts, the moon was not carried away. This is due to the fact that no body more powerful than the Earth came sufficiently close to the moon to take it away from the Earth. for good. But in the context that took place, the moon was removed repeatedly from one orbit to another. The variations in the position of the moon can be read in the variations in the length of the month. The length of the month repeatedly changed in subsequent catastrophic events. And for this, there exists a large amount of supporting evidence. In these later occurrences, the moon played a passive role, and Zeus in the Iliad advised it, Aphrodite, to stay out of the battle in which Athena and Ares, Venus and Mars, that I pronounced wrong for the whole video, were the main contestants. What I'm thinking is when Earth was a satellite of Saturn, of course, the moon probably wasn't, there was a time when it wasn't with the Earth, maybe not even with the planets. And it sounds like there might have been a time when the moon was very close to the Earth and still molten, which if that was the case for a while, it could have acted as the big masculine body that was observed in the last episode. So that's a possibility, and the Earth captured the moon, like it said, and it slowly receded, or something maybe pulled it. There's so many things that could have happened, but delving down into it and trying to figure it out is fascinating. All right, references.
Hippolytus, Refutatio Omnium Heresium VE. Aristotle FR, 591 ed. V.
Plutarch, Moralia, translated by F.C. Babbitt, section 76.
Fasti, translate by Sir J. Fraser, 290. Refutatio Omnium Heresium VE.
Lucian Astrology, translated by A.M. Harmon, 1936.
Liber de Di Natali 19, also Scholium on Aristophanes' Clouds, line 398. Ed von Humboldt, VUEs Des. Cordilleras 1816, English translate researches concerning the institutions and monuments of the ancient inhabitants of America 1814, Volume 1, p. 87, cf. H. Fisher in Modern World 1930.
In addition to the sources cited above, the Nihongi Chronicles of Japan transactions proceeding on the Japanese society, which recount how heaven and earth produced the moon god. The Kalevala of the Fens recalls a time when the moon was placed in orbit.
Cf. The effects of such an event on the Earth's rotation calculated by H. Gerstenkorn in Zeitschrift für Astrophysik 36, 1955, p. 245, Arrhenius.
Two alternatives for the history of the moon, Science 165, 1969, S.F. Singer and L.W. Banderman. Where was the moon formed? Science, 1970. The moon was formed independently of the Earth and later captured, presumably by a three-body interaction, and these events were followed by the dissipation of the excess energy through tidal friction in a close encounter. More recently, a study of lunar paleotides has shown that the moon could not have been formed in orbit around the Earth. A.J. Anderson, Lunar Paleotides and the Origin of the Earth-Moon System. The Moon and the Planets, 1978. Because of a certain degree of instability in the Sun-Earth-Moon system, the planetary origin and capture of the Moon by the Earth becomes a strong dynamic possibility. R. Mackenzie and Sebehe, forget it. Stability of the Sun-Earth-Moon system. The Astronomical Journal, 1977.
Cf. U. B. Cherniak on recent lunar atmosphere, Nature, 273, the 15th of June, 1978, pp.
497. The author found strong theoretical evidence of a considerable atmosphere on the moon during the greater part of its history. Yeah, I remember reading about that before. I think it's trying to grow one now. Wow, that was a longer reference than the article. I always found it odd that the Earth had this, it was this planet of beautiful color with an atmosphere and water, and the moon which is in the sun's comfort zone too, so-called, is barren and dead. I never quite got that. If we were both in the same place at the same time, we should look similar. I like going through the references. Astronomical knowledge before the deluge.
A civilization was destroyed, the real value of which is incalculable. Hebrew tradition estimates that the population of the antediluvial world amounted to millions. Adam is said to have invented 70 languages. Cain, his son, built cities and monuments and ruled over kings. They were representatives of generations. According to Hebrew legends, the deluge and its time had already been predicted by Enoch, and even more ancient generations were astronomical calculations predicting the catastrophe. This might have been the knowledge of months and of years and periods of comets that the remote generations had acquired. It was in this celestial harmony and disharmony that the secrets of the upheavals were conceived to lie. The science about the times to which the calamity could return and fall on our earth was cultivated among populations. They had a vivid remembrance of days of misfortune or of lucky escape. It is told about the children of Seth, the son of Adam, that they were the inventors of that peculiar sort of wisdom which is concerned with the heavenly bodies and their order, that their inventions were not lost before they were sufficiently known. They made 2 pillars upon Adam's prediction that the world was to be destroyed, at one time by the force of fire, and on another time by the quantity of water. One was of brick, the other of stone, and they inscribed their discoveries. For all the 243 years during which the influence of Enoch prevailed. In the story of Enoch's ascension, it is said that he predicted the disaster. Enoch was driven into the sky by a fiery chariot driven by fiery chargers. That's interesting. The days thereafter, the kings who had turned back sent messengers to inquire into the fate of the men who had refused to separate themselves from Enoch, for they had noted the number of them. They found stone and great hailstones in the spot from where Enoch had risen. What was that all about? When they removed the stones, they discovered all of the bodies who had remained with Enoch.
He alone was not among them. He was high in heaven. What the Agata means to tell is that a human being, and one gifted with the greatest wisdom concerning the heavenly bodies and their order, was brought away in a fiery storm which killed many, brought snow and meteorites, and which had been predicted by the one who disappeared. Some exact knowledge of the revolution of the bodies in the sky is ascribed here to the antediluvian generations. It is said that the real period of grace endured not for 7 days, but for 120 years. During this time, the flood was over mankind as a threat. Sanhedrin 108b. Josephus, Antiquities of the Jews, 2. 8, borrowed by Yasher Bereshit.
Genesis 5:24.
Is live in Hernando, Mississippi, where there's been spottings of a cougar and away from where a local man rolled his cell phone video on what some say is a cougar. Right back with a lot of reports.
Look at this picture here of the face on Mars, the left side. What does that look like to you? Kind of looks like a lizard to me. You see the lizard eye there? The slit? That's digital. And then they switch it over to analog and you get this. It's kind of weird.
And the 7 days of brilliant light immediately preceding it were a universal experience, and they left indelible memories. Many of the religious rites and observances of all creeds go back to these events of the past, in which the celestial gods Saturn and Jupiter were the main participants. Among the most ancient of all such observances were the festivals of light of 7 days, duration held in honor of Saturn. 7 days of light just before the deluge overwhelmed the earth are recreated in these feasts. Herodotus describes a nocturnal light festival held each year at Sais in commemoration of Osiris's death and resurrection. It was called the Feast of Lamps. There is one night in which the inhabitants all burn a multitude of lights in the open air round their houses. These burn the whole night. The Egyptians, who were absent from the festival, observed the night of the sacrifice, no less than the rest, by a general lighting of the lamps, so that the illumination is not confined to the city of Sais, but extends over the whole of Egypt. In Rome, the Feast of Light was named Saturnalia. According to tradition, the Saturnalia had been established in honor of Saturn when all of a sudden, after a lengthy and prosperous reign, Saturn suddenly disappeared. Imagine how scary that would be to have the sun just go out, like in the middle of the day. Macrobius wrote that in celebrating the Saturnalia, the Romans used to honor the altars of Saturn with lighted candles, sending round wax tapers during the Saturnalia. In his time, the festival was celebrated for 3 consecutive days. But Macrobius wrote, and yet, in fact, among the men of old, there were some who supposed that the Saturnalia lasted for 7 days. For Navius, that's probably where they get the word novice, says, long awaited they come, the 7 days of Saturnalia. And
Mummius
says, of many excellent institutions of our ancestors, this is the best, that they made the 7 days of the Saturnalia begin when the weather is coldest. Hanukkah and Christmas are both feasts of light, and like the Saturnalia, both can be traced to the days of the universal deluge. The Hebrew tradition that Hanukkah was established to commemorate the miracle with the oil that was found undepleted and sufficed for 7 days is a poor rationalization. A better ground for re-establishment of a holiday, so similar to the Saturnalia in Judea, was in the fact that in the middle of the 2nd century before the present era, Rome conquered Greece, and about the same time in the rebellion of the Hashmonaim, better known by the name of one of the sons, Judah Maccabee, against Hellenistic rule. The people of Palestine were drawn near the Roman world with its usages. It appears that the Romans fomented the revolt in the Hellenized provinces at the time of their conquest of Greece. Thus, the Feast of Hanukkah seems to be an adaptation of the Roman Saturnalia. The observation of this festival was later taken over by the Festival of Christmas, which was originally observed for 7 days, from the 25th of December until the 1st of the new year. Well, we still do that today. You get the whole week off. You go from Christmas to New Year's. Same thing. So it was to celebrate the nova of Saturn, which lasted for 7 days. The earliest of the festivals of this type that we know of was the yearly 7-day-long celebration commemorating the inauguration of the Temple of Ningersu in Babylonia in the time of
Gudea.
What a name. Before circa 2000 BC. For this and other similar festivals,
Berbelis.
P. Berbelis, Ancient Festivals of Saturnalia, 1964. Ningirsu was he who changed darkness into light, the same as Ninib, or Saturn. In Athens, the feast in honor of Saturn was called the Chronia, Festival of the Athenians, 1977. It would appear that the main idea behind the Saturnalia-type festivals, so widespread in antiquity, was a reenactment of the conditions that existed during the Golden Age, when Saturn reigned. The celebration of the Roman Saturnalia, which according to Macrobius, predates the founding of Rome by many centuries. 7, in parentheses, was marked by a reversal of social relations, the release of the statue of Saturn that stood in the forum from its bonds, Macrobius Saturnalia 7, the crowning a mock king, apparently representing Saturn, whose every command had to be strictly obeyed, Lucian, Saturn 2, 4, and 9, and who was later sacrificed on the altar of Saturn. Some details of such a sacrifice are given in
Acta Sancti Dasi.
Porphyry reports the existence of a similar festival on Rhodes, during which a man was sacrificed to Kronos. Oh, nice. So that's why the natives always take him in, make him king for a day, and then sacrifice him. They're reenacting Saturn's catastrophe upon the earth. That's pretty amazing. A possible parallel in Mexico may be the festival of, oh, I love these words, Atamotzli. On the 21st of December, they celebrate the festival of that god who they say was the one that uncovered the earth when it was annihilated by the waters of the deluge. Herodotus. 2, by J.G. Fraser, Adonis and Osiris, 1907. Macrobius noted also the opinion of those who think that the practice is derived simply from the fact that it was in the reign of Saturn that we made our way, as thou, to the light, from rude and gloomy existence to knowledge of the liberal arts. Tammuz and Osiris, on the Egyptian light festival in honor of Osiris. Saturn and Jupiter. The history of this pair, the ancient Kronos and Zeus, or Saturn and Jupiter, as reflected in many traditions all around the world. Oh, I gotta use my throat spray. I got new throat spray. Let's see if it works. Tells a story that has nothing in it resembling the sedate and uneventful circling of these bodies on their orbits that modern astronomy asserts as a fact. Saturn and Jupiter are very much like the Sun. Were they not planets, they would be considered stars. Like our Sun, Jupiter is nearly 330 times more massive than the Earth. It's hard to imagine. That's huge. And Saturn, 80 times. Both planets are covered with gases which are in constant motion, like gaseous atmosphere of the Sun. The Sun has 9 satellites and numerous asteroids and comets. When this was written, Jupiter had 14 and several asteroids and comets. Saturn had 10 known satellites and 4 or 5 comets, constitute the Saturnian family. Though these comets do not circle around Saturn itself, they are commonly regarded as related to the orbit of Saturn. Were Jupiter and Saturn free from the bonds of the Sun, they could be considered as stars or suns. Were two such stars set in space close to one another, they would constitute a double star system, both stars circling around a common focus. So I guess Old Sol could be considered the very first one that sucked all the air out of the room. The Sun is just a much bigger antenna than Jupiter or Saturn were, and it simply stole their juice. The sun is fed by the galaxy, which is fed by the core. Were two such stars set in space close to one another, they would constitute a double star system, both stars circling around a common focus. As told, the picture that emerges from comparative folklore and mythology presents Saturn and Jupiter in vigorous interactions. Suppose that these two bodies approached each other rather closely at one time, causing violent perturbations and huge tidal effects in each other's atmospheres. Their mutual disturbance led to a stellar explosion. As we have seen, a nova is thought to result from an instability in a star generated by a sudden influx of matter, usually derived from its companion in a binary system. If what we call today Jupiter and Saturn are the products of such a sequence of events, their appearance and respective masses must formerly have been quite different. A scenario such as this would explain the prominence of Saturn prior to its cataclysmic disruption and dismemberment. It must have been a larger body than it is now, possibly of the volume of Jupiter. Interestingly, for certain reasons, G. Kuiper assumed that Saturn originally was of the mass equal to Jupiter. At some point during a close approach to Jupiter, Saturn became unstable, and as a result of the influx of extraneous material, it exploded, flaring as a nova, which, after subsiding, left a remnant that the ancients still recognized as Saturn, even though it was but a fraction of a celestial body of earlier days. In Saturn's explosion, much of the matter absorbed earlier was thrown off into space. Saturn was greatly reduced in size and removed to a distant orbit. The binary system was broken up, and Jupiter took over the dominant position in the sky. The ancient Greeks saw this as Zeus, victorious over his father, forcing him to release the children he had earlier swallowed, and banished him to the outer reaches of the sky. In Egyptian eyes, it was Horus Jupiter assuming royal power, leaving Osiris to reign over the kingdom of the dead. If the descriptions of Saturn as a sun mean anything, Saturn must have been visible in the time before its explosion as a large disk. If this was the case, the increased distance between the Earth and Saturn could have been the result of the removal of the Earth from its place, or of Saturn from its place, or both. Saturn could be removed only by the planet Jupiter, the sole member of the planetary family more powerful than Saturn. And indeed, the myth says that Saturn was removed by Jupiter. Worlds in Collision, Velikovsky wrote of events that may theoretically take place in the future. Some dark star, like Jupiter or Saturn, may be in the path of the Sun, and may be attracted to the solar system and cause havoc in it. While, in 1950, both planets were assumed by astronomers to be covered by thick layers of ice, they are now known to be star-like in their composition and thermal properties. In the case of Saturn, H. Spencer Jones, Life on Earth 40, argued that Saturn must be coated with water ice or frozen ammonia. Spencer Jones' book was published in the same year in which Velikovsky drew very different conclusions about Saturn's thermal history and structure. The astronomer's conjecture was based on a simple calculation of the amount of heat reaching the planet. Saturn, being almost 10 times further away from the Sun than the Earth, had to have a mean temperature in the neighborhood of 155 degrees below 0 Celsius. The reasons why Velikovsky concluded that Saturn's temperature must be considerably higher than the accepted estimate were, first, in the residual heat of the catastrophe in which Saturn was derailed from its orbit, and second, the radioactivity that resulted from the catastrophe must still be pronounced on Saturn. From the unpublished manuscript, The Test of Time. On top of all this, based on its past history, Saturn can be regarded as a star and may have some of the mechanism that makes our sun burn with intense light. In 1966, Kellerman described his observations and measurements at a wavelength of 21.3 centimeters, which showed a temperature of 90 degrees Fahrenheit. For an inner atmospheric layers, revised textbooks, taking account of findings, began to speak of room temperature on Saturn, recorded in the 21 centimeter band. Oh, there you go. E.g. Fred Whipple. Earth, moon, planets. It's his real name. I thought that was the Sherman guy.
Earth, moon,
Planets. Third revised edition, 1968. By 1972, measurements at radio wavelengths of 50 and 100 centimeters found unusually high temperatures, about 240 degrees Fahrenheit and 520 degrees Fahrenheit respectively. Thus, it appears that Saturn, like Jupiter, is not the entirely frozen wasteland it was once thought to be. D. McNally, Are the Jovian Planets Failed Stars, 1973. Soon it was realized that Saturn must have an inertial energy source, and is in fact more like a star than a planet, though it is not considered sufficiently massive to function as a true star. The article compares the view expressed only a few years previously by Carl Sagan that Saturn could not be an abode of life because of atmospheric temperatures several hundred degrees below 0 Fahrenheit. Intelligent life in the universe. Moving on. Measurements in the infrared, far infrared, and submillimeter range published in 1977 indicate that the internal energy source on Saturn lies within the range of 2.3 to 3.2 times the absorbed solar flux. Far infrared and submillimeter observations of the planets, 1977, the Astrophysical Journal. In other words, Saturn gives off up to about 3 times the amount of energy it receives from the Sun. At the beginning of 1980, analysis of measurements taken by Pioneer 11 during its flight past Saturn showed that the interior of the planet has a temperature exceeding 10,000 degrees Kelvin, which is considerably hotter than the surface of the Sun, less than 6,000 degrees Kelvin. A hypothesis that the protoplanet masses of Jupiter and Saturn were nearly the same was advanced by G. Kuiper, See Sky and Telescope, March 1959. I definitely think Jupiter and Saturn are more like stars. The line between planet and star gets fuzzier every year. Sagan, after he mentioned that about Saturn in 77, when they found out that it was over 10,000 degrees, he didn't say a word about it, did he? I wonder why not.
He claimed that, in the earliest remembered epoch, the planet Saturn dominated the sky, close to the Earth, presiding over the mythic Golden Age. It was an outrageous idea, and yet I found in it the inspiration for a life's work. Ancient cultures the world over insisted that an exemplary sun once ruled the sky. For the Egyptians, this former power was the creator Atum-Ra, ruling from the center and summit of the sky. In ancient Mesopotamia, we see the primeval sun as a great turning wheel in the heavens, and the astronomers named this body as the planet Saturn. It was from the Romans that we received the planet's name, Saturn. But an archaic Latin name for Saturn was Sol, the sun. In earlier Greek texts, the planet Saturn, called Kronos, was also named Helios, the sun. And even the alchemists preserved this preposterous identity. They called Saturn the best sun. Best sun, superior sun, exemplary sun. The core idea always pointed directly to the axis of the sky, the celestial pole around which the heavens visually turn. As improbable as it may seem, this is where the Egyptians located their primeval sun god, Atum. This motionless spot in the heavens is precisely where later astronomical traditions from Greece to Persia and China all claimed that Saturn had ruled the world, a contradiction of every principle we take for granted today. Ancient chroniclers insisted that the planet Saturn, now just a speck in the sky, had presided over the Golden Age, an epoch of abundance, cosmic harmony, and grandeur. The archaic name of Italy was Saturnia, and tradition held that this very name was given to the original site of Rome. The Sabbath, the special day of rest and reverence, was Saturni Dies, Saturn's Day, a day honored throughout the Mediterranean, the Near East, and beyond. The popular Roman festival, Saturnalia, was a symbolic return to the Saturnia Regna, Saturn's reign, the Golden Age. Much symbolic content of our own New Year's and Christmas celebrations will trace to the Roman Saturnalia and related ancient festivals.
One instance of the Saturn myth that can be verified with the help of a small telescope: Saturn is in chains. Instead of solving anything, this fact has created a problem. It demands a solution. How did the ancient Greeks and Romans know that Saturn is encircled by rings? It is strange that this question was not asked before. The existence of these rings around Saturn became known in modern times only in the 17th century, after the telescope was invented. They were first seen, but misunderstood by Galileo and understood by Huygens. If the myth did not by mere chance invent these rings, the Greeks must have seen them. The last case could be true. If the Greeks or some other Oriental people possessed lenses adapted for the observation of celestial bodies, or if the rings around Saturn were visible to the naked eye at some time in the past. Today they are not visible without magnifying instruments. There are cases of exact observations by the Chaldeans which suggest the use of some accurate technical means. These means could consist of a sort of astrolabe like that of Tycho de Brahe, who made most accurate observations of celestial bodies without the help of a telescope. Also, Copernicus, prior to Tycho de Brahe, made all his calculations of the movements of the planets before the telescope was invented, but neither Tycho de Brahe nor Copernicus saw the rings. The statue of Saturn on the Roman Capitol had bands around its feet, and Macrobius, in the 5th century of our era, already ignorant of the meaning of these bands, asked, "But why is the god Saturn in chains?" In the Egyptian legend, Isis, Jupiter, swathes Osiris, Saturn. The Egyptian appellative for Osiris was the swath. In the Zendavesta, it is said that the star Thistria, Jupiter, later Venus, keeps Perico in twofold bonds. Saturn is encircled by two groups of rings, one larger and one smaller, with a space in between. To see this, a better telescope than that used by Galileo Galilei or that used by Huygens is needed. The twofold structure of the girdle was first observed in 1675. The rings of Saturn were known also to the Aborigines of America before Columbus discovered the land. This means also before the telescope was invented at the beginning of the 17th century. An ancient engraved wooden panel from Mexico shows the family of planets. One of them is Saturn, easily recognizable by its ring. Nor were the Maoris of New Zealand ignorant of it. One of the great mysteries connected with Saturn is the still unanswered question of how the ancient Maoris of New Zealand knew about her rings, for there is evidence that they did have a Saturnian ring legend long before the days of Galileo. In the myth, it is said that Jupiter drove Saturn away, and that on this occasion Saturn was put in chains. If these words mean what they say, and are not a meaningless portion of the myths, in a dream at least, there are no meaningless parts, then the knowledge of the ancients about the rings of Saturn could have been acquired because of better visibility. In other words, at some time in the past, Saturn and Earth appear to have been closer to one another. Originally, I assumed that the rings of Saturn may consist of water in the form of ice. But since the ancient lore all around the world tells that it was Jupiter that put these rings around Saturn, I considered that they might have some other components too. Since the 1960s spectroscopic study of the Saturnian rings has confirmed that they consist mostly of water in the form of ice. The rings of Saturn are referred to by Aeschylus Eumenides 641. He, Zeus, himself cast into bonds his aged father Cronos. Moreover, it is not true, neither, that Saturn is enchained. Neoplatonists like Proclus and Timaeo by Festagirad sought a philosophical or mystical meaning in the tradition also, and yet the king of the gods, the first and eldest one, is in bonds, and they say, if we are to believe Hesiod and Homer and the other wise men who tell this tale about Cronos. Augustine, refuting those who asserted that the Jewish Sabbath was held in honor of Saturn, wrote a bunch of stuff in Latin.
Ita patres nostri longe fuerent a Saturnices Catinus, quam vis pro tempore profiatio isabati vacation emotive averent.
Contrafaust to Manichim XX 13.
These chains with their double fetter, Zolius dedicates to you, Saturnus. The shrines to Saturn in Roman Africa portrayed the god with his head surrounded by a veil that falls on each of his shoulders in a way reminiscent to the planet's rings. Ancient knowledge of Jupiter's bands and Saturn's rings. Classical Journal. Yeah. And then we got ancient knowledge of Jupiter's bands and Saturn's rings. Kronos 2-3, 1977. When Galileo first saw the rings in July of 1610, he thought them to be two satellites on either side of Saturn. And this is what he also announced in his Sidereus Nuncius. The planet Saturn, A. Alexander, 1962. Huygens, Systema Saturnium, 1659. Saturn too is represented with his feet bound together, and although Furius Flaccus says that he does not know the reason, Apollodorus says that throughout the year Saturn is bound with a bond of wool that is set free on the day of his festival. The Osiris cult and the designation of Osiris idols in the Bible. The Zenda Vesta, Tristria, the bright star, keeps Periaiko in twofold bonds, in threefold bonds. A third ring around Saturn was observed in 1980. Velikovsky also thought that mythic representations of Kronos, with his body encircled by a snake, may attest to a memory of the rings of Saturn. The planet Saturn, shown in an ancient woodcut reproduced in F. Maurice, London, 1800, Volume 7, and described by the author as encircled with a ring formed of serpents. Tammuz, who represented the planet Saturn in Babylonia, was called He Who Is Bound. Ninib, who was also Saturn, was said to hold the unbreakable bond. The observation was made by G.D. Cassini. Regarding the process of formation of Saturn's rings, Velikovsky thought it might have been analogous to the formation of a disk-like ring of gaseous material around some stars in binary systems, as described by H. Friedman in Science 181. Gas enters into Keplerian orbits and accumulates in a disk somewhat resembling Saturn's rings. In August 1965, Tobias Owen, writing in Science, reported that the reflection spectrum from the ice block gave the best match to the absorption observed in Saturn's rings, but that the most likely alternatives would be ices of methane and ammonia, both known ingredients of the Jovian atmosphere, methane being also in the composition of the Saturnian cloud envelope. As early as 1947, Kuiper, The Atmospheres of the Earth and Planets, 1949, concluded on the basis of spectral measurements in the infrared that the rings are covered in frost, if not composed of ice. Saturn's rings, although H2O is a major constituent, the spectra reflectivity indicates the presence of other materials. Astronomers had long been aware that there would be an alignment of the planets on March 10, 1982, where Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto would be on the same side of the Sun, within an arc 95 degrees wide. But no effect could be expected, as the tidal forces of the other planets affecting the Earth's crust are negligible, even at the planet's closest approach. In the book The Jupiter Effect, the authors sought to partially sidestep objections by considering the effect of the alignment on the Sun, and hence on the solar wind, which in turn is known to affect weather on the Earth. Atmospheric conditions on Earth can alter the speed of its rotation. The effect on the Sun would also be quite small. However, and in fact, there had been an even closer alignment in the year 1128 without any incident. There was some influence by the planets mentioned above, with the high tides calculated as being about 40 micrometers higher than normal. In April 1982, Gribben and Plagman published a lesser-selling book, The Jupiter Effect Reconsidered. In it, they theorized that the effect had actually taken place in 1980, despite the lack of planetary alignment then, and that it had triggered the volcanic eruption of Mount St. Helens. The 10 notable apocalypses that obviously didn't happen. In 1974, John Gribben and Stephen Plagman wrote a best-selling book, The Jupiter Effect, but there was that third ring on Saturn in 1980. The arrival of the waters. Following the 7 days, when the world appeared to be ablaze in the radiance of 1,000 suns, the deluge started. First, according to the Hindu account, vast clouds gathered which overshadowed the entire world. These ominous clouds, rumbling, shooting lightning, overspread the sky. They were as vast mountains. Some were dusky, some crimson, some white, some brilliant in hue. Other sources describe them as yellow or azure or red. Loud and roar and mighty in size, they fill the entire sky. They were friends with lightning and meteors and thunderbolts. Then, rumbling aloud with lights, they poured torrential streams, thick like chariot wheels. They rained with a sullen roar, inundating the three worlds, ceaseless downpour of torrents. And then there were seen on all sides the four oceans, engulfing with tempestuous waves the whole surface of the earth. All creation was smit by the luminous, dense floods. In the beginning of the deluge, the nova in the sky shone through the splendor of the illuminated skies and through the sheets of rain, ever increasing in intensity. The biblical expression, "The Lord sitteth upon the flood," was an apt description of the blazing nova above the waters of the deluge. It has a Babylonian counterpart in the title of Tammuz, as Bel-Gersu, Lord of the Flood. The nova blazed terrifically, but soon the light became diffused. The shadows grew ever dimmer. The world that was all splendor and light turned gloomier and gloomier. The outpouring waters grew ever thicker. The clouds of dust darkened ever more the sky. And finally, the drama that was taking place on earth went on in darkness. The deluge was not a peaceful, though abundant rain, filling the earth with water, rising ever higher. Ancient sources give a description of the deluge that differs greatly from the pageant of showers pouring from above on peaceful land and peaceful sea.
Skanda Purana in S. Shastri.
The flood legend in Sanskrit literature, the Babylon expression in the wailings for Tammuz, the shining ocean to thy perditions has taken thee. Babylonian Literatures, Paris, 1913. Be referred to the period 1100 to 700 BC. Not one shred of photogeometric pottery is known to have been found at Troy, not by Schliemann or by Dorpfield or by Blegen himself. We are now in effect asking what happened at Troy during the Dark Ages in Greece, from the beginning of the 11th to the end of the 8th century BC. And this is the answer which we must accept, that there is nothing at Troy to fill the huge lacuna. For 2,000 years, men had left traces of their living there. Some chapters in the story were brief and obscure, but there was never a chapter left wholly blank. Now at least there is silence, profound and prolonged for 400 years. This observation of Denis Page, professor of Greek at the University of Cambridge, is in the nature of amazement. Out of a mound covering a ruined place, an archaeologist expects to extract stray objects that accumulated there in the space of centuries. In Troy there is silence, profound and prolonged, as if time itself had stopped. But the same author stresses that the Iliad preserves facts about the Trojans, which could not have been known to anybody after the fall of Troy. 7a. Thus, not only did Homer know of the kingdom and people of Mycene that were buried for centuries of the Dark Ages, but he knew also the kingdom and people of Troy who, too, were dead, buried, and forgotten in the darkness of the Dark Ages. The site of Troy is occupied late in the 7th century. But from the fall of Troy, now put by the archaeologists circa 1260 BC, until Homer's time, there was nothing on the surface of the mound that could disclose to the poet the many intricate details which he webbed into his epics. It is realized that Homer knew the scene of the Aegean coast of Asia Minor of the 8th and 7th centuries. Therefore, it was argued he could not have lived in the days of the Trojan War, or shortly thereafter. In the 12th century, a poet, having composed the poems in the 12th century, would not be able to introduce them into innumerable references to the Iron Age in Greece and the post-Phrygian Age in Asia Minor of the 7th century. Was the site of Troy alone in Asia Minor an archaeological void? For 500 years following that city's destruction at the end of the Mycene Age. Radiometric observations at the Mount Wilson and Flagstaff observatories in 1922 have shown that a considerable amount of heat is emitted by the dark part of the disk of the planet Venus. Venus, being nearer to the Sun than the Earth, turns in succession its illuminated and shaded parts toward the Earth. It shows phases like the Moon. The temperature of the day and night sides
of Venus was measured by a radiometric method,
and it was found that there is nearly uniform temperature over the planet's surface, both on the illuminated and dark hemisphere. This sentence of E. Pettit and S. P. Nicholson is a terse statement of what is perhaps the most valuable single discovery ever made with respect to the planet Venus. Similar results were also obtained independently and almost simultaneously by a second pair of researchers. What explanation can be given for the phenomenon of the nearly uniform temperature of the day and night hemispheres of Venus? The conclusion drawn was this: the daily rotation of the planet Venus is very rapid, and during the short night the temperature cannot fall to any considerable extent. But this conclusion stands in complete contradiction to what was believed to be the established fact of the non-rotation of Venus with respect to the Sun, or of a rotation in relation to the fixed stars of a period equal to the time of one revolution on its
planetary orbit for 225 terrestrial days.
Due to the cover of clouds over Venus, it is impossible to have a direct impression as to whether Venus has a day-night rotation or not. The spectrographic data suggests that the planet revolves always with the same side to the Sun, just as the Moon revolves always the same side to the Earth, or that, at most, it rotates very slowly. In any case, a short period of rotation is excluded by the stereographic data. If the period of rotation of Venus is 225 days, as many observers have been led to believe, it was difficult to see how the high temperature of the rotating layer of the night side can be maintained. Compromise does not satisfy either side, neither the radiometric data, which suggests a short period of rotation, nor the precise spectrographic data, which indicate a long period of rotation, may be ignored, if they will undoubtedly furnish material for discussion and debate for many years.
In reality, there is no
conflict between the two methods of physical observation. The night side of Venus radiates heat because Venus is hot. The reflecting, absorbing, insulating, and conducting properties of the cloud layer of Venus modify the heating effect of the Sun upon the body planet. But at the bottom of the problem lies this fact: Venus gives off heat. Venus experienced one of the most terrifying events in the past of mankind was the conflagration of the world, accompanied by awful apparitions in the sky, quaking of the earth, vomiting of lava by thousands of volcanoes, melting of the ground, boiling of the sea, submersion of the continents, a primeval chaos bombarded by flying hot stones, the roaring of the cleft earth. And the loud hissing of tornadoes of cinders. There occurred more than one world conflagration. The most horrible one was in the days of the Exodus. In hundreds of passages in their Bible, the Hebrews described what happened. Returning from the Babylonian exile in the 6th and 5th centuries before this era, the Hebrews did not see, though many catastrophes had occurred previously. The Egyptian priests, who said this and who maintained that their land was spared, on these occasions forgot what happened in Egypt when, in the Ptolemaic age, the priest Manetho starts his story of the invasion of the Hyksos by acknowledging his ignorance of the cause and nature of the blast of heavenly displeasure that befell his land. It becomes apparent that in the knowledge which was possibly alive in Egypt in the days when Solon and Pythagoras visited there, had already sunk into oblivion in the Ptolemaic age. Only some hazy tradition about a conflagration of the world was repeated, without knowing when or how it occurred. The Egyptian priest described by Plato as conversing with Solon supposed that the memory of the catastrophes of fire and flood had been lost because literate men perished in them. Together with all the achievements of their culture, and these upheavals escaped your notice, because for many generations the survivors died with no power to express themselves in writing. A similar argument is found in Philo the Alexandrian, who wrote in the 1st century of this era, "By reason of the constant and repeated destructions of water and fire, the later generations did not receive from the former the memory of the order and sequence of events." Although Philo knew about the repeated destructions of the world by water and fire, it did not occur to him that a catastrophe of conflagration was described in the book of Exodus. Nor did he think that anything of this sort took place in the days of Joshua or even Isaiah. He thought that the book of Genesis comprised the story of how fire and water wrought great destruction of what is on the earth, and that the destruction by fire, about which he knew from the teachings of the Greek philosophers, was identical with the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah. The memory of the cataclysms was erased, not because of lack of written traditions, but because of some characteristic process that later caused entire nations, together with their literate men, to read into these traditions allegories or metaphors that were actually cosmic disturbances were clearly described. It is a psychological phenomenon in the life of individuals as well as whole nations that the most terrifying events of the past may be forgotten or displaced into the subconscious mind. As if obliterated are impressions that should be unforgettable. To uncover their vestiges and their distorted equivalents in the physical life of peoples is a task not unlike that of overcoming amnesia in a single person. End of subject. Folklore. Day unto day uttereth speech, and night unto night showeth knowledge. There is no speech nor language where their voice is not heard. The scholars who dedicate their efforts to gathering and investigating the folklore of peoples are constantly aware that folk tales require interpretation, for in their opinion these tales are not innocent and unambiguous products of the imagination, but veil some inner and more significant meaning. The legends of classic peoples, first among them the Greeks, also belong to folklore. As early as pre-Christian times, these legends were subjected to interpretation, many interpreters recognizing the symbolic character of mythology. With Macrobius in the 4th Christian century, there begins a tendency to see in many gods of Egyptian and Greek antiquity the personifications of the sun. Macrobius compared Osiris to the sun and Isis to the moon, disregarding the opinion of earlier authors. He also interpreted Jupiter as the sun, as the role the planets played in history of the world retreated ever further into oblivion. The interpretation of nature myth as referring to the sun or the moon became more and more widespread. In the 19th century, it was the vogue to explain the old myths as inspired by movement of the sun and the moon during the day, night, month, and year. Not only Ra, Amun, Marduk, Phaethon, and even Zeus, but also king heroes like Oedipus became solar symbols. This exclusive role of the sun and moon in mythology is a reflection of their significance in nature. However, in former times, the planets played a decidedly more important role in the imagination of peoples, to which fact their religions give testimony. True, sun and moon, Shamash and Sin, Helios, Apollo, and Selene were also numbered among the planet gods, but usually they were not the most important ones. Their enumeration among the 7 planets sometimes startles the modern scholar, because these 2 luminaries are so much more conspicuous than the other planets. The dominance of Saturn, Jupiter, Venus, and Mars must startle us even more as long as we do not know what was displayed on the celestial scene a few thousand years ago. Modern folklorists occupy themselves mainly with the folklore of primitive peoples, material unspoiled by generations of copyists and interpreters. Being received at its source, it is supposed to shed light not only on the mentality of these primitive peoples, but also on many problems of the sociology and psychology in general. The sociological method explores mythology for evidence of social uses. Folklorists like James Frazer expended their efforts on this aspect. Freud, the psychologist, centered his attention on the motif of father murder, patricide, presenting it as though it had been a regular institution in ancient times. He makes it appear in general practice in the past and in a subconscious urge in present-day man. However, regular institutions and practices in the life of the family do not evoke astonishment and influence but little a people's creative faculty. Sunrise and sunset, morning dew and evening mist are common experiences. And if a single spectacle impresses itself upon us in the course of life, the many sunrises and the many sunsets in our memory pale, and each looks like the other. And time flies. Seasonal snowstorms or thunderstorms do not leave indelible memories, only striking, perturbing experiences of a social or physical order are designed to stir the imagination of peoples. Seneca says, "It is for this very reason that the assembly of stars that lends beauty to the immense firmament does not compel the attention of the masses. But when a change occurs in the order of the universe, all looks are fixed on the sky." Even local catastrophes, regarded as very violent, do not serve for the creation of cosmic myth. First in power to impress the races of the earth are the cataclysms of the past. And on this we have dwelt at length. Comets, because of their casual relation to world catastrophes, and also because of their terrifying appearance, were the kind of phenomenon to kindle the imagination of peoples. But for some reason, the impression they must have made on the peoples of antiquity is not considered an explanation of myths and legends. Since the invention of the printing press, the great agitation and mass hysteria caused by the more brilliant comet can be traced in contemporary books and pamphlets. Were the ancients immune to these feelings?
If not, then why are the exegetes of the Bible and the commentators on the epic compositions of antiquity so remiss as not to think of phenomena that could not but impress the ancients? Or did no comets appear in the sky during ancient times? This, of course, is only a rhetorical question. Keeping this in mind, we shall be able to answer the question about the striking similarity of certain concepts among peoples of different cultures, sometimes separated by oceans. End of subchapter. I think you keep going with that. That was pretty good. I have to say that was one of the best chapters that I have read from Velikovsky. Species with amnesia. Indeed.
When the generation of the deluge began to practice idolatry, God was deeply grieved. The two angels, Shemhazai and Azazel, arose and said, O Lord of the world, it has happened, that which we foretold at the creation of the world and of man, saying, What is man, that thou art mindful of him? And God said, And what will become of the world now without man? Whereupon the angels, We will occupy ourselves with it. Then said God, I am well aware of it, and I know that if you inhabit the earth, the evil inclination will overpower you, and you will be more iniquitous than ever men. The angels pleaded, Grant us but permission to dwell among men, and thou shalt see how we will sanctify thy name. God yielded to their wish, saying, Descend and sojourn among men. When the angels came to earth, and beheld the daughters of men in all their grace and beauty, they could not restrain their passion. Shemhazai saw a maiden named Ishtar. And he lost his heart to her.
To my request, but she replied, I will not listen to thee until thou teachest me the name by the mention which thou art enabled to ascend to heaven.
She promised to surrender herself to him if first he taught her the infallible, what is that word?
Ineffable.
The ineffable name, by means of which he raised himself to heaven. He asserted to her condition. But once she knew it, she pronounced the name and herself ascended to heaven without fulfilling her promise to the angel. The seduction of Ea. God said, because she kept herself aloof from sin, we will place her among the 7 stars, that men may never forget her. And she was put in the constellation Pleiades. Shemhazai and Azazel, however, were not deterred from entering into alliances with the daughters of men, and to the first 2 sons were born. Azazel began to devise the finery and the ornaments by means of which women allure men. Thereupon God sent these names.
Metatron.
Metatron. That's a lovely name. He should have let his wife pick out the name. To tell Shemhazai that he had resolved to destroy the world and bring on a deluge. The fallen angel began to weep and grieve over the fate of the world and the fate of his 2 sons. If the world went under, what would they have to eat? They who needed daily 1,000 camels, 1,000 horses, 1,000 steers. These 2 sons of Shemhazai by name dreamed dreams. The one saw a great stone which covered the earth, and the earth was marked all over with lines upon lines of writing. An angel came, and with a knife obliterated all the lines, leaving but 4 letters upon the stone. The other son saw a large pleasure grove planted with all sorts of trees, but angels approached bearing axes. They had fallen the trees, sparing a single one with 3 of its branches.
I knew a man who once said death smiles at us all. All a man can do is smile back.
Thus, as you see, we read with different eyes, with different mind. The first part of what the collision about signifies for us. We are in a state of a victim of amnesia. Humankind is a victim of amnesia. And a victim of amnesia does not act responsibly. He acts irrationally.
There's a house in New Orleans they call the rising sun, and it's been a run of many poor boys.
Is under the urge to repeat the ancient catastrophic events, the ancient trauma. Are we not in a predicament? It is not a preaching to be better. It is a preaching to know yourself.
Dr. Velikovsky, what do you think is the effect of this collective amnesia in the future?
The effect is very great, not only in the future, it was also in the past. Because as long as a man doesn't remember his past, he acts as a neurotic, a person who suffered a traumatic experience. Due to this traumatic experience, suffered also an amnesia, a local amnesia, so to say, not spread through all his personality, but in this case, in the human race, we have something that is comparable with a single personality that suffered a trauma.